This page is the cover of a special issue, highlighting a massive 55-page strategy guide covering 3 major titles. The featured games are Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens, Super Robot Wars Impact, and Tekken 4. The cover art prominently displays characters from Sakura Wars, Tekken, as well as Sonic the Hedgehog, a Fai from Super Monkey Ball, a mech from Super Robot Wars, a race car, and a zombie from Resident Evil. Inside this issue, you'll find deep dives into these 3 games. For Sakura Wars 4, there's an interview with the voice actress for Sumire Kanzaki, discussing her thoughts on the game. The magazine also covers other significant titles, like Onimusha 2, Xenosaga Episode 1, Wild Arms Advance 3rd, Dead or Alive 3, Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon and DX, Interlude, Kimi ga Nozomu Ion, Phantasy Star Online, and Resident Evil. Beyond strategies, there are intriguing discussions, such as a talk session between figures involved with Sakura Wars and Super Robot Wars. Another fascinating feature is the Virtua Fighter 4 development team's impressions after playing Tekken 4 on PlayStation 2, presented as a heated fighting game discussion. The magazine also teases big announcements related to the Game Jam 2 event and looks forward to exciting Sega action games in 2002. This page is dedicated to Super Robot Wars Impact, one of the major titles highlighted in this special issue. The central image features a massive collection of mechs from various iconic anime series, standing in front of a large spaceship or base, set against a backdrop of dynamic red energy effects. You can see fan favorites like Getter Robo, Mazinger Z, Combattler V, Voltes V, and several mobile suits from the Gundam universe, among many others, all geared up for battle. This section likely serves as part of the extensive strategy guide mentioned on the cover. Scattered around the main illustration are smaller screenshots and character portraits, showing gameplay scenes, character dialogue interfaces, and special attack animations. These hints provide a glimpse into the tactical, turn-based combat and dramatic character interactions the series is known for. The page effectively captures the immense scale and crossover appeal of Super Robot Wars Impact. This page continues the focus on Super Robot Wars Impact, presenting it as the legend of the strongest, where everything gathers. People call it Impact. The layout showcases various moments from the game through numerous screenshots. These images highlight the dynamic character portraits that appear during combat, special attack animations featuring iconic mechs from series like Mazinger, Getter Robo, and Gundam, and snippets of the tactical grid-based gameplay. The visuals strongly emphasize the crossover nature of the title, bringing together heroes and robots from a multitude of popular anime universes. The page confirms it's a simulation RPG released for PlayStation 2 and states that it is highly acclaimed and currently available. The extensive list of credited animation studios at the bottom further underscores the massive scale of this cross-franchise endeavor. This magazine issue features articles categorized as special features, special reports, and new releases. Special features include a discussion between Sakura Wars and Super Robot Wars developers, a Virtua Fighter 4 team, impressions of Tekken 4, and an interview with Microsoft Japan's Xbox head. Strategy guides for Sakura Wars 4, Super Robot Wars Impact, and Tekken 4 are also present. Special reports cover a variety of games across platforms, including Phantasy Star Online, GC, Halo, Xbox, Resident Evil, GC, and several PS2 and Dreamcast titles. The new arrivals section lists recent releases such as Winning 11-6, PS2, Castlevania, Harmony of Dissonance, GBA, and Aero Dancing 4, DC, among others. The issue highlights releases on Dreamcast, PS2, GameCube, GBA, and Xbox. This magazine issue features a structured content layout. The left side details sections like strategy guides, covering games like Resident Evil 2, PS2, and Zone of the Enders, PS2, and PC games. The Dorimaga motto, Nanika Nani, series focuses on a Game Jam 2 event. Dorimaga Hot Topics covers events, discounts, movie adaptations, and an imagination tool. The cover illustration showcases Sega All-Stars characters and Dreamcast hardware. The right column hosts a comprehensive game index, linking titles across Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Game Boy Advance, Xbox, and PC platforms to their respective page numbers, offering a convenient reference for readers. This page features a large image of the character Akira Yuki from the Virtua Fighter series, highlighting a strategy guide for Virtua Fighter 4 on the PlayStation 2. Titled The Perfect Guide, it's presented as a must-have book for all players looking to improve. Echoing the sentiment, "I'm going to get stronger." The guide is confirmed to be compatible with Brother C of the game and boasts comprehensive content. It includes details on all characters, including the boss character Dural, covering every technique they possess. It also provides detailed data, such as frame data and recovery differences, along with a thorough explanation of new features like the ranking system. The book is 336 pages long, full color, and includes original stickers for VF4 access cards and memory cards. It is currently on sale. This page features a large illustration of a detailed mecha, the star of the game, Cybertroopers Virtual On Force. It promotes a comprehensive handbook for the game, stating it is fully compatible with MSBS version 7.6. The handbook covers 9 systems and 39 different mecha types, plus more, providing details on their performance and weapons. It's described as a guide that the commanders themselves are starting to recognize the value of. The book aims to clearly organize the game's system and resolve player questions. It serves as a thorough guide from basic operations, suitable for beginners, all the way up to advanced special techniques. Furthermore, it offers in-depth strategies for battles, mastering techniques, tackling CPU opponents and special missions, and ultimately, winning. The handbook also includes a handy check sheet insert with a list of unique mecha techniques and special attacks, as well as a quick help guide for basic operations. This page is an advert for KDDI Multimatching, featuring online play for games like Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX, and highlighting Capcom vs. SNK2's revolutionary Dreamcast vs. PlayStation 2 battles. This page dives into some major events surrounding the Dreamcast. First up is the release of Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens. Touted here as the final Sakura Wars title released on a Sega console. The article covers the hugely successful EVE Festival held in Tokyo and Osaka on March 21, 2002, detailing the massive crowds that gathered early, the appearance of guests like voice actor Akio Suyama and producer Noriyoshi Matsubara, and the excitement surrounding the game's launch with special merchandise and events. The second big topic focuses on a Thank You DC event called Game Jam 2, specifically highlighting the HJ Live performance. This event featured prominent Sega sound creators, including a special guest appearance by Fumio Kaneko, known for his work on titles like Sega. The article notes this was Kaneko-san's first time participating in the HJ Live, and includes his thoughts expressing excitement about performing live and interacting with fellow creators and fans. The event appears to have coincided with the first anniversary of Sega's release, making it a fitting tribute to the Dreamcast era. This page covers significant news for Dreamcast players. The first topic highlights a network battle service called Multimatching, offered at a fixed price with a 50% discount on connection fees, specifically for games like Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX. This service, a joint effort by KDDI and Capcom, aimed to make online play more accessible and affordable. Mr. Mikaki from KDDI is featured, discussing the service's benefits. The second major piece of news is the announcement of a movie adaptation for the popular fighting game series, Dead or Alive. The production company is noted as being the same one responsible for the House of the Dead movie. Hiroshi Fukada of Tecmo shares his thoughts on the project. The article then lists key points of interest for the movie, prompting readers to check out how the story will be handled, if the iconic Dead or Alive zone is included, the casting choices, particularly mentioning the Japanese cast, and plans for the film's release in Japan. Images of Dead or Alive characters are included alongside these points. The next page dives into 2 major points of interest. The first covers the critically acclaimed PlayStation 2 title, ICO. It discusses why the game is being re-examined and its enduring appeal, citing its unique focus on imagination, detailed environments, and the emotional connection between the characters. Director Fumito Ueda shares insights into these aspects. Featured images show key moments from the game. The second topic announces the official launch of the internet game, Mobile Suit Gundam Network Operation, which focuses on the 1-year war, Following a successful 3-month beta test with over 2,500 participants, the game is now available. Bandai's Shinjiro Nitsu provides commentary on the game's appeal, highlighting the strategic depth of leading units in large-scale battles and the player's choice between the Federation and Xeon factions. Screenshots display the game's battlefield interface. This page kicks off with a massive announcement. Sega is bringing a wave of their legendary titles from the Genesis, Saturn, and Dreamcast eras to the Xbox. We're talking classics like Sonic and Nights into Dreams getting renewed and ported. This is huge news for Xbox players craving that classic Sega library. With CoolNet Entertainment handling the porting duties. Shifting gears dramatically, there's coverage of a truly unique event. The character King from Tekken 4 actually participated in a real-life pro wrestling match in Tokyo. They even compare the in-game character's look to the real-life wrestler who stepped into the ring. Further down, we get a peek into future tech, with Sony CTO discussing the potential power of the next PlayStation at GDC, hinting it could be exponentially more powerful than the PS2. Plus, there's a mention of a new Sonic fishing game app for the Sonic smartphone, and the official announcement of the Dragon Quest Istin 2 compilation release for PlayStation, alongside a Dragon Quest Monsters mobile app launch. Finally, Shrek is highlighted for winning the very first Academy Award for Best Animated Feature. This page dives into various gaming and entertainment happenings. First up, Sega has opened a new amusement spot in Kichijoji called Sega World Aruka Kit, designed as an amusement garden, featuring over 110 crane games and other arcade machines. It sounds like a cool spot to chill and grab some prizes near the station. Moving on, there's a party celebrating the success of Wait Samurai, known internationally as Way of the Samurai on PS2, which hit 200,000 units sold. The producer is teasing both an overseas release and plans for a sequel, Wait 2, which is exciting news for fans of that unique samurai action game. We also get wind of the Entertainment Expo 2002, an event scheduled for April that aims to blend real-world and online experiences for fans of anime, hobbies, and games, offering live events and net communication. Additionally, there's a mention of the official esports FIFA World Cup 2002 game release, featuring a campaign girl, Ari Sayama, to promote it. Finally, the page lists a bunch of upcoming events, including tournaments like the Crash Gear Fight Competition, a character entertainment convention, the CG Carnival showcasing digital art, and a World Hobby Festival focusing on garage kits and displays. There's even a note about a gallery space hosting an exhibition related to the awesome rhythm action shooter, Rez. It looks like there's plenty happening for gamers and fans of Japanese pop culture. This page features a variety of updates from the gaming world and beyond. We get insights into the voice recording process for a PS2 Atelier game, where the actors share their experiences and thoughts on bringing the characters to life. Over at Namco Nanja Town, a renewed attraction centered around a singing battle lets players develop their own unique character through karaoke and quizzes, aiming for high ranks. There's exciting news for Jet Set Radio Future fans, with an event showcasing the Xbox game as part of a larger music tour, highlighting its connection to street culture and featuring performances by popular artists. We also see a tool called Wonder Witch Player, which appears to be a platform for users to create and share their own programs and games, expanding the creative possibilities of the Wonder Witch device. Finally, the page includes a news roundup from GameSpot, focusing on industry trends like coverage of Game Jam 2 and listing the most popular articles on their site, which touch upon topics like a beta test for Final Fantasy XE, new Game Boy Advance releases, and news about the series known internationally as Etrian Odyssey. This page kicks off with news about DreamCall, an internet phone service, slashing prices for international calls by up to 50% depending on the region. They're also running a campaign offering free international calls to new users. Next up is a look at Robodex 2002 and a demonstration of a robot designed for interaction, featuring capabilities like recognizing faces, expressing emotion, and holding conversations, which sounds pretty wild for the time. We also get a peek at new Crane game prizes, featuring the adorable post-pet characters, including plush toys dressed in soccer gear. In the book section, there's a promotion offering a Black Matrix 2 mug as a gift, with certain game-related purchases from SoftBank Books. Finally, the GameSpot News Roundup covers a wide range of industry happenings, building on topics from the previous page like the Final Fantasy X beta test, and news related to the series known internationally as Etrian Odyssey. Other headlines touch on announcements for games like Death Row on Xbox, Virtua Fighter 4, Dragon Dragoon, Pro Evolution Soccer's online release, and even updates on the Halo competition scene in Japan. It's a diverse mix of news, spanning multiple platforms and genres. This page kicks off with some mobile news from Hudson, adding classic games like the nostalgic Nuts and Milk and 5 others to their app service, perfect for a quick gaming fix on the go. Next up, the hit film Sakura Wars. The movie is hitting rental services, letting fans relive the excitement with bonus content like behind-the-scenes looks and interviews. For handheld gamers, Aqua Plus is releasing their Peace portable console in 3 new colors, expanding the options for users who enjoy downloading and playing custom software. And speaking of unique items, Hudson's popular Momotaro Dentetsu series is getting a special themed Ekiben, or station bento box, available at Okayama Station, filled with festive sushi. The Goods and Presents section highlights some cool giveaways, including screen covers for Shining Soul on Game Boy Advance, a cold cast figure of Mei from Guilty Gear X, and a stunning cold cast figure of Mai Shiranui from the King of Fighters 99. Finally, there's a look at ongoing campaigns, featuring a special promotion for Resident Evil goods, including S.TARS trainer jackets and other collectible items. The page also confirms that NBA 2K2 for Dreamcast is an exclusive title available only through Dreamcast Direct, promising realistic basketball action. Plus, there's a promotion for a short story collection by popular voice actress Megumi Hayashibara, offering a bonus poster for early buyers. This page presents the All-Platform Data Station bi-weekly report, showcasing the top 15 best-selling game software titles across multiple systems, including PlayStation 2, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, Xbox, and the original PlayStation. Topping the charts is Wild Arms 3 on PS2, a fantastic desert-set Western RPG with classic turn-based combat, encouraging exploration, and featuring dynamic encounters. Following closely in second place is Onimusha 2. Samurai's Destiny, another PS2 powerhouse, praised for its cinematic presentation and the return of memorable characters from the first game. Coming in at third is Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club 2002 on PS2, a deep management simulation where you build and guide your own soccer team to victory, with notes on the engaging player development and interaction aspects. The rankings also feature other notable titles, like Doshin the Giant for GameCube, WRC, World Rally Championship on PS2, and Xenosaga Episode 1, Der Wille zur Macht. Further down the list you'll find hits such as Mega Man Battle Network 2 for GBA, the strategy board game Itadaki Street 3, Way of the Samurai, and Animal Crossing for GameCube. The report also highlights the continued strong performance of titles like Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens, indicating that popular franchises are holding their ground in the market. The most anticipated upcoming releases, as voted by readers, are highlighted. Topping the list is Soul Calibur 2, a weapon-based fighting game coming to PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, with strong arcade buzz and a high completion rate. Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX for Dreamcast follows, with fans eager for the giant robot combat game's release. In third place is the visual novel Kimi ga Nozomu Ien for Dreamcast, known for its deep story. Pickup Soft's highlights include Phantasy Star Online for GameCube and Xbox, with a major announcement coming, and Armored Core 3 for PS2, the newest entry in the mech action series. Other anticipated titles in the top 30 include Resident Evil 0, Sakura Wars, Final Fantasy VII, and Super Mario Sunshine. Rallysport Challenge for Xbox is also featured, promising high-speed racing action. This page focuses on what Dreamcast owners are hoping to see ported from other consoles, alongside a general video game ranking and highlights of upcoming titles. The main section lists the porting wishlist titles, where Dreamcast fans voted on games they want to see come to their console from PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Popular requests include titles like Virtua Fighter 4, the Sakura Wars series, and the Shenmue series, showing a strong desire for Sega's own hits from other platforms, plus major third-party games like Dead or Alive 3 and Eternal Arcadia, known as Skies of Arcadia outside of Japan. Interestingly, Nights into Dreams also features highly on multiple lists, a classic Sega Saturn title fans want on Dreamcast. Below that is a general video game ranking, likely covering both arcade and recent console releases. Topping this list is Virtua Fighter 4, followed by Virtual On Force and Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Xeon. Other notable titles in the top ranks include Tekken 4, King of Fighters 2001, Guilty Gear X, and Capcom vs SNK 2. Finally, the Pickup Softs section features upcoming games. We see Beach Spikers, Sega AM2's arcade volleyball game, and J-League Pro Soccer Club Otsukuru, Sega's soccer management simulation. There's also Dog Station from Konami, which appears to be an arcade title focusing on interacting with dogs. Cave's intense vertical shooter Dodonpachi Daioju is also highlighted, noted as coming soon, likely to PlayStation 2, where it eventually received a fantastic port. This page presents a comprehensive software release schedule covering a variety of gaming platforms. The main section details upcoming Dreamcast titles, listing release dates, developers, prices, and genres. A notable highlight is the SNK Best Buy campaign, featuring budget re-releases of the excellent fighting games Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves, and Last Blade 2. The Dreamcast schedule also includes other anticipated titles, such as World Series Baseball 2K2, NBA 2K2, and the beloved Shenmue 2, and Skies of Arcadia. There's a small note indicating Dreamcast games being released on other platforms as well. Beyond the Dreamcast, the page provides release lists for Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, PIC, Game Boy Advance, and a quite extensive schedule for PlayStation 2. The PS2 section details numerous upcoming games, including major releases like Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Virtua Fighter 4, Tekken 4, and Grand Theft Auto 3. Release information for other platforms like GameCube and Xbox is also included. The page is concluded with a legend explaining the various abbreviations used for game genres and compatibility options across the different schedules. This page continues the software release schedule from the previous page, detailing a massive list of upcoming games across various platforms, primarily in 2002 and 2003. While the Dreamcast schedule seems to have concluded, this list highlights Sega's increasing presence on other consoles. You can see major titles like Virtua Fighter 4, Evolution, and Sega Rally Championship 2003 for PlayStation 2. Showcasing Sega's key franchises making the jump. The Xbox also features prominently with exclusives like Panzer Dragoon or Kenta, Otogi, Myth of Demons, and Jet Set Radio Future, demonstrating Sega's strategic support for Microsoft's console. Nintendo's GameCube also gets love with titles such as F-Zero GX and Skies of Arcadia Legends, a port of the Dreamcast RPG classic. The list includes many other significant third-party games like Armored Core 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Grand Theft Auto 3, and fighting game favorites like Tekken 4. It's clear the gaming landscape was rapidly evolving, and Sega was busy bringing their celebrated arcade and console experiences to a wider multi-platform audience during this period. This page continues the multi-platform release schedule, shifting focus to the PlayStation, Nintendo GameCube, and Xbox consoles. At the top, there's a mention of a new official fanbook for the popular Doko Demo Isho series, featuring the character Toro Inoue, compiling various promotional materials. The bulk of the page consists of extensive lists detailing upcoming software releases for each platform, primarily spanning 2002 and 2003. The PlayStation section covers a wide array of genres from major publishers. Below that, the Nintendo GameCube list presents its own set of upcoming titles. Finally, the Xbox list shows its slate of games, including several titles from Sega subsidiary developers, further illustrating Sega's expansion onto Microsoft's console during this era. These lists provide a snapshot of the diverse software lineups available and planned for these competing consoles. This page continues the multi-platform game data, listing upcoming releases for PlayStation 2, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, and WonderSwan Color. The top section provides a lengthy list of PlayStation 2 titles, covering various genres and publishers, showing the continued strong support for Sony's console, with many games slated for release in 2002 and 2003. Below that, the Game Boy Advance section features an image of the handheld console and lists upcoming GBA games. There's a note about the console price, including a bundle option. The list details titles like Biohazard Garden, likely a unique GBA spin-off, and Dodge Danpei, alongside many other varied games, expected around 20,022,003. Further down, the Game Boy Color section displays the console, and a shorter list of games, including Doraemon titles, indicating the system was still receiving some releases, even as GBA became dominant. Finally, the WonderSwan Color section shows its console image and upcoming software. Notable entries include Final Fantasy and Tetris, demonstrating support from major developers like Square and Bandai, though the list is considerably shorter than the GBA lineup. This page serves as a comprehensive snapshot of the handheld gaming landscape, alongside the PS2 releases of the time. This page is dedicated to previewing upcoming game releases through detailed reviews in the Dorimaga All Games Soft Review section. It covers titles released between March 30th and April 12th across multiple platforms including Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, and mobile phones. The reviews provide insights into several key titles. On Dreamcast, we see Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon and DX, a fighting game bringing the classic rivalry to the console, with reviewers noting its arcade origins and faithful adaptation. For PlayStation 2, Armored Core 3 is reviewed, focusing on its deep mech customization and tight controls, a hallmark of the series. The GameCube features Battle Haushin, an action title praised for its combat system and character portrayals. Lastly, the Game Boy Advance review covers Lunar Legend, an RPG remake of the beloved classic, with comments on its story, gameplay, and presentation suitable for the handheld. Each review includes screenshots and average scores compiled from multiple reviewers, giving readers a good sense of the game's quality. A small section also features brief personal comments from the reviewers themselves. This page features the All Hardware Reader Race, a reader ranking of the most interesting games across all consoles based on votes. Readers rate games out of 10 points, and the top titles receive recognition. The page highlights the results from reader submissions, showing a list of games ranked by their average score. While the full list details are extensive, it covers titles across various platforms like Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, giving a snapshot of what players were enjoying at the time. 2 specific games are featured with more detailed reviews based on reader feedback. First up is Onimusha 2 on PlayStation 2, an action-adventure title that scored an impressive 8.875 average from readers, with the dedicated reviewer giving it a 9.2. Players praised its polished action, detailed graphics, and engaging story elements. Also reviewed is Pro Soccer Club Wu Tsukuru 2002 for PlayStation 2, a simulation game focused on soccer team management. It received an 8.857 average from readers and a 9.0 from the reviewer. Comments highlighted the deep management simulation, realistic player development, and the satisfying experience of building your own club in the J.League. A smaller section at the bottom briefly touches on the relationship between a game's hype, player expectations, and actual satisfaction levels based on the ranking results. This article details reader-ranked games across multiple platforms, focusing on titles from the PS2, Dreamcast, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance era. The rankings are based on average reader scores. Notable entries with detailed feedback include Street Fighter 2-1, Third Strike, PS2, 8.84, praised for its fighting mechanics. Final Fantasy X International, PS2, 8.83, appreciated for new features but with mixed story reviews. And Victorious Boxers, PS2, 8.181, lauded for its realistic boxing gameplay. Other featured games include Simple 1500 Series Volume 81, The Adventure, Okashi, PS1, 8.6875, Final Fight 1, GBA, 8.4166, and True Love Story 3, PS2, 8.125. The article also previews upcoming games, with Resident Evil 0, GameCube, highlighted as a highly anticipated title. This page continues the reader rankings, highlighting Gran Turismo 3, Aspect on the PlayStation 2, as a featured title. Released in March 2002, this racing simulator is highly praised, earning an impressive average reader score of 8.9047. The article includes comments from both the developer and readers, discussing the game's polished simulation, deep customization, and exhilarating races. The reader comments emphasize the game's addictive nature, graphical quality, and the sheer variety of cars and tracks available. It's clear from the feedback that the game delivered on its promise of realistic driving and engaging gameplay. The page also lists further reader-ranked games from 104 to 154 across multiple platforms, continuing the comprehensive survey of popular titles. This page presents the grand culmination of 3 years of reader rankings for Dreamcast software. It features a massive chart detailing the top 50 Dreamcast titles as voted by readers over the console's lifespan. Unsurprisingly, Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? Takes the top spot, solidifying its place as a fan favorite. The article notes that this final ranking, incorporating 3 years of data, is seen as the definitive list for the platform. Beyond the extensive ranking data, The page includes a review of the newly released horse racing simulation game, Futari, which received a mixed reception from readers and critics alike, citing its complexity. There are also previews for highly anticipated upcoming titles. Chief among these is Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens, highlighted as potentially the final major release for the Dreamcast, and it already boasts a high average reader score. Another preview features Guru Guru Onsen 3, suggesting the Dreamcast still had new experiences on the horizon, even as its production winding down. The page reflects on the significance of Sakura Wars 4 as a potential farewell to the console. The next page continues the massive reader ranking of Dreamcast games, presenting games from rank 50 downwards. Following on from the top titles on the previous page, featured prominently is a review for Weakness Hero Tromance DC, a love simulation game developed by 45. The game is described as a heroic love simulation, where you guide the protagonist through interactions and battles to win the hearts of heroines. The review highlights the unique blend of action and romance, giving the game an average reader score of 6.66. The developer shares a brief message, thanking players and noting it took nearly 2 years to finish. The reviewer offers a detailed perspective, praising the game's intriguing scenario and challenging gameplay elements that require thoughtful strategy, though they note some frustrating parts. They appreciate the game's unique premise and character interactions. This page continues the massive reader ranking of Dreamcast games, delving further down the list from rank 118 all the way to 351. Across 3 columns, we see a wide variety of titles, from action and shooting games to simulations and adventure titles, each accompanied by its ranking, score, and basic information. While many of the top-tier hits were on the previous page, this section highlights the breadth of the Dreamcast library. You'll find games like Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Rez, Space Channel 5, and numerous Japanese exclusive visual novels and simulation games filling out the ranks. It's a fascinating look at which titles resonated most with the console's dedicated fan base, offering insights into niche genres as well as more mainstream hits. The small comment at the bottom reflects on the passion of the voters and the sheer diversity of games released for the system. This page continues the massive reader ranking of Dreamcast games, finishing the main list from rank 352 down to 400. While not the top hits, this section still highlights the vast library and variety of titles released for the system. The magazine details the all readers vote decision for the ranking itself, explaining that voting is based on software released within the past 2 years and can be done easily online. There's also a section for readers to predict future games or outcomes for a Reader Forecast Games chance. We see reader comments and photos from voters, sharing their passion for Dreamcast and the games they love, adding a personal touch to the ranking results. There's also a look ahead with a list of upcoming software releases to keep players informed. Finally, a last chance section highlights prizes available for participating, including selecting a favorite software title plus a special present for lucky winners. The page features screenshots of Kingdom Hearts and a Virtua Fighter vs. title, likely related to prediction contests. This page delves into the highly anticipated Sega Game Jam 2 event, taking place over 2 days on March 30th and 31st. The magazine's Why exploration team sets out to discover what Sega has in store for fans at this special event. A major highlight is the packed schedule featuring 10 of Sega's development studios, showcasing their work across various stages. The page includes a brief overview of the diverse programming planned for the weekend. Adding to the excitement, the magazine features an interview with Mr. Takanaka from Sega, who shares insights into the key attractions and highlights of the Game Jam 2 event. But the biggest news revealed here is the stunning revival of the legendary Sagata Sanshiro, portrayed by Hiroshi Fujioka. His return to the Sega stage is a momentous occasion for fans. The event also includes other compelling stage events, such as a talk show featuring the Dorimaga editor-in-chief and Mr. Takanaka, promising behind-the-scenes stories and fan interaction. This page captures the buzz and excitement surrounding Sega's major fan event and the return of an icon. This page continues the focus on Sega's strategy and the upcoming Game Jam 2 event. It features an interview with Mr. Maeda from Sega, who discusses the company's performance over the past year, particularly regarding the Dreamcast and the transition to a multi-platform software provider. He reflects on the challenges and successes, noting the positive reception for titles like Virtua Fighter 4 and Sakura Taisen 2002, and mentions the importance of supporting various platforms like the Nintendo GameCube with Sonic Advance and the Game Boy Advance. Maeda expresses confidence in Sega's ability to leverage its software assets across different hardware going forward. The page also highlights some specific events and merchandise available at Game Jam 2. A list of guests for the Sakura Taisen talk show is mentioned, featuring several voice actors. Downloadable content, specifically the Knuckles KO for the Game Boy Advance, is promoted as an event exclusive. Various merchandise items are pictured, including tote bags and character goods. Finally, the page introduces the magazine's own Dorimaga Y investigation team, hinting at future investigative features, and previews the next issue, which will delve into job hunting trends and recruitment in the game industry. Images include Mr. Maeda, merchandise, and artwork featuring characters from the Sakura Taisen series and the BEBP character. This page highlights a special DVD premium box for the Sakura Wars series, specifically focusing on the character Sumire Kanzaki and her retirement performance. The main visual is a beautiful illustration of Sumire herself, reinforcing the focus on this fan-favorite character. The DVD is promoted as a permanent preservation edition for Sumire, capturing a significant moment for the series and its fans. Featured prominently is a commentary from Michi Tomizawa, the performer behind Sumire, who shares her emotional reaction to watching the DVD footage, stating she was moved to tears. This adds a personal touch and emphasizes the significance of the performance captured on the disc. The premium box comes packed with content, including extensive video extras featuring documentaries on Sumire, interviews, complete stage footage from her retirement show, and behind-the-scenes glimpses. It also includes physical bonuses, like special illustrations drawn by Katsunori Matsubara, known for his work on the series. This is clearly a must-have for dedicated Sakura Wars fans, commemorating a key character's journey. The page also notes a limited reservation period and a campaign offering an original Quo card prize for purchasers. This page announces an exciting Sakura Wars 4 Fall in Love Maidens release commemoration campaign. It's a special mail-order service offering exclusive Dorimaga original telephone cards featuring artwork from the game. Fans can apply for up to 3 different designs of 50-degree telephone cards. The designs showcase beautiful illustrations of the game's main characters. One featuring Sakura Shinguji and Sumire Kanzaki, another with Erika Fontaine, Glycine Bloomer, Kokeli Ko, and Lobelia Carlini, and the third featuring Maria Tachibana and Lenny Milchstrasse. These are classic character pairings from the series. The big draw here is the bonus. If you order 3 or more cards, you automatically receive a fantastic original card holder. This is a great way to collect some cool Sakura Wars 4 merchandise and get a bonus item for supporting the release. Applications needed to be postmarked by May 7, 2002, and the cards were slated to ship in June 2002. It's a neat piece of fan service for those picking up the game. This page features the first part of a spring special double interview from Dorimaga Magazine. The main visual focuses on the game Super Robot Wars Impact, prominently displaying various mechs from the series, including iconic robots like Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, and Gundams, alongside the large title emphasizing Second Impact. Below the impressive artwork are several screenshots showing gameplay battle scenes from what appears to be Super Robot Wars Impact, featuring different mechs and character portraits with stat displays, highlighting the tactical RPG combat. The core of the page is an interview session titled To Terada, highlighting the discussion between Takanobu Terada, the renowned producer of the Super Robot Wars series at Banpresto, and another person also named Terada. This special feature explores the intriguing connection and shared history between the highly popular Super Robot Wars series and the Sakura Wars series. The interview delves into their respective developments, particularly referencing their presence and impact on the Saturn console in 1998, and specifically discusses the inclusion of Sakura Wars elements within Super Robot Wars Impact, which was a significant point of interest for fans at the time. This page continues the discussion from the previous page, focusing on the connection between the Super Robot Wars and Sakura Wars series. The main visual highlights Sakura Wars 4 Fall in Love Maidens with its logo, and a stunning illustration of key characters Sakura Shinguji and Erika Fontaine. Below the title, several screenshots display the tactical battle gameplay of Sakura Wars 4, showcasing character portraits and combat scenarios. The feature expands on the To Teratada's theme, introducing Takaharu Teratada, the battle part director for Sakura Wars 4 at Overworks. He joins the discussion, building on the interview with Takanobu Terada of Super Robot Wars fame from the previous page. The article delves into the history and popularity of both series, particularly their presence on the Sega Saturn, and explores the unique relationship between the two franchises, including the inclusion of Sakura Wars elements in the Super Robot Wars games. It covers perspectives on their respective development and fan reception, particularly regarding the crossover aspect. This page continues the fascinating discussion between the two Teradas, diving deeper into the potential for the Sakura Wars series to appear in Super Robot Wars. They explore the unique challenges this would present, like integrating Sakura Wars' strategic battle system and relationship mechanics with Super Robot Wars' combat style. They also touch on the difference in unit design between giant mechs and the more human-sized Kubu and Star mechs from Sakura Wars, and the difficulties of translating the distinct art styles into 3D models for battle scenes. The lower part of the page then focuses specifically on the battle system of Sakura Wars 4, known as ARMS. Takaharu Terada, the battle director, explains the design philosophy behind this tactical simulation RPG system. He talks about finding a balance between deep strategy and accessible gameplay, highlighting how the system incorporates both simulation game elements and RPG progression. The article notes the use of the Dreamcast's analog stick for intuitive unit movement and action selection, and mentions the shift to 3D models for battle sequences, showcasing the evolution of the series' combat presentation. Screenshots display the grid-based movement and character portraits typical of the Sakura Wars battle system, alongside a photo of the Dreamcast controller used for the ARMS controls, and a picture of Takaharu Terada himself. This page continues the fascinating conversation between the two Terasada directors, focusing on the development of battle sequences and the tantalizing possibility of a Super Robot Wars and Sakura Wars crossover. The discussion reveals insights into the scale of production, mentioning team sizes for programmers, graphic designers, and scenario writers involved in creating the dynamic battle animations seen in titles like Super Robot Wars. They touch upon integrating iconic mechs like Mazinger Z and Gundam into these sequences. Moving to the core question of a crossover, the directors openly ponder the feasibility of integrating the Sakura Wars universe into Super Robot Wars. They speculate on potential plot devices, such as a time slip, and address the significant scale difference between the human-sized Kubu Star mechs from Sakura Wars and the giant robots of Super Robot Wars, even humorously suggesting the idea of giant Kubu. They acknowledge the unique challenges this presents, but also see exciting possibilities. The directors also find surprising similarities between the two seemingly distinct series, suggesting that these common points could pave the way for a potential collaboration. The page includes character portraits from Sakura Wars and a photo of the two smiling directors, underscoring the collaborative spirit of the interview. The final section wraps up their discussion, hinting at the exciting future of both series. This page focuses on the grand finale strategy guide for the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens on Dreamcast. It's presented as the strongest and invincible grand finale strategy guide, Part 2, offering players in-depth tactics and information to conquer the game. Prominently featured on the page are key characters, Sakura Shingu and Erika Fontaine. Beyond strategy, the page captures the immense excitement surrounding the game's release. It includes reports on release events held in major Japanese cities like Akihabara and Ikebukuro, highlighting the enthusiastic fan turnout. There's also coverage of a large-scale commemorative event in Tokyo and Osaka, showcasing the passion of the series' fanbase. The content section lists various features, including design art for in-game elements, detailed guides for the game's lips dialogue system, and interviews with key figures like Michi Tomizawa, the voice actress for Sumire Kanzaki, a character significant in this installment. The page clearly conveys that this issue is packed with essential details for fans looking to master the final Dreamcast entry in the beloved Sakura Wars series. This page focuses on the powerful new mecha introduced in Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens. It prominently features the spirit armor known as Subu, hailed as the ultimate weapon of the Great Imperial Combat Review. The page describes Subu as a successor to the Kubu Type 2, highlighting its design resemblance to the Ugamiki and its armament, including the Sirusu swords. Detailed technical drawings provide views from multiple angles, labeled as Top Secret. Below the mecha details, there is a summary of the story so far, mentioning protagonist Ichiro Ogami's return from Paris, and the Imperial Combat Review's battles against mysterious steam-powered machines called Shikami, leading up to the arrival of new visitors. Character images illustrate this section, featuring two key characters discussing the events. A large illustration of a female character in a vibrant purple and pink dress occupies a significant portion of the page. The page also includes a vertical panel of screenshots showcasing various characters from the game in different scenes. Finally, it announces that the strategy guide for the game's second act will begin on the following page and encourages Dreamcast owners to purchase the game. This page serves as part 2 of the comprehensive strategy guide for Sakura Wars 4. Fall in Love, Maidens, focusing on the beginning of the game's second act. It kicks off with a brief rest, detailing the initial free movement phase and how the lip system, a core mechanic influencing character relationships, is presented in the guide. The guide covers 3 significant events that occur during this period. The first is set in the office, where you report on the previous battle to Yoneda, with Tsunemire present. The second event takes place in the stage sleeve area, showing Maria and Oriheim observing Noi practice. The final and most extensive event details attending a Noi performance. This event is crucial, as the choices made during it can affect your affinity with a wide range of characters from both the Tokyo and Paris combat reviews. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate key moments from these events. The guide provides a breakdown of the lips choices available and how they impact character relationships. The page concludes by teasing the appearance of the Paris heroines in more detail on the following page. Erica Fontaine, a key heroine from Sakura Wars 4, is introduced. A cheerful yet clumsy French nun, Erica is described as a bright, innocent airhead with a strong faith. Despite her awkwardness, she joins the combat review to help others, battling internal conflicts between her religious vows and duties. Her signature, Kobu F2, is highlighted, recognizable by its white wings and a Gatling gun. This unit excels in ranged combat and possesses a jump ability, enabling Erica's unique, surprisingly effective fighting style. The page features images of Erica in her habit, uniform, and Kobu, alongside a message from Rika Sakuraba, emphasizing Erica's charm and role in the game. This page delves into Glycine Bloomer, another key member of the Paris combat review featured in Sakura Wars 4. Glycine is presented as a proud noble from a distinguished family, seemingly cold but possessing a deep passion beneath the surface. She's a vital part of the team, involved in intelligence gathering. Her profile details her age and French origin. We also get a look at her personal Kobu Phi 2 unit. Unlike some faster units, Glycine's Kobu is heavily armored and boasts impressive demolition power, built for direct assaults despite having lower mobility. It's described as a powerful unit designed to pair effectively with Lobelia's Kobu. The page includes character portraits, in-game screenshots showing Glycine and her Kobu in action, a message from her Japanese voice actress, and notes from the development team discussing her unit's capabilities and how its straightforward nature makes it relatively easier to handle in the game. This page features Cuckoo Bloomer, another enchanting member of the Paris combat review from Sakura Wars 4. Cuckoo is introduced with her profile details, noted as being from Vietnam and having a background with the circus. While appearing cheerful, she is described as having a hidden sadness and a dream of becoming a famous actress. She has a kind heart and cares for animals. The page includes character artwork and screenshots showing Cuckoo in action. Her unique pink Kobu F2 unit, nicknamed Nyan Nyan Nyan, is showcased. This unit stands out, with its large magical horn and energy weapon, powered by Cuckoo's energy. It's described as having an impressive attack range, and a jump ability that allows it to leap over other units, making it a surprisingly versatile machine despite its appearance. The page also includes a message from Kozue Etsuko, Cuckoo's voice actress, reflecting on portraying the character. Development staff notes touch on Cuckoo's distinctive unit, highlighting its unique markings and capabilities, and mentioning her animal companions, including the large cat Ugami Neko, which appears in the game. The staff notes comment on how her unit's straightforward nature makes it enjoyable to control. This page introduces Lobelia Carlini, another formidable member of the Paris combat review in Sakura Wars 4. Lobelia is profiled as a notorious criminal, the Great Thief, known for countless robberies and bombings in Paris before her capture. She is serving her sentence by fighting alongside the review, a condition allowing her release. Her backstory highlights her origins as a gypsy/Romanian from Transylvania, who lost her parents young and survived by stealing, honing her skills out of necessity. This difficult past shaped her into a ruthless individual, though her participation in the review suggests the potential for redemption. Her signature Kobu F2 unit, the Lobelia unit, is a unique green machine equipped with large arm-mounted sickles and blades. This unit excels at stealth, utilizing Lobelia's spiritual power to turn invisible and attack from the shadows. Its combat style is direct and sharp, focusing on dealing significant damage through powerful, direct attacks. The page also includes a message from her voice actress, Yuko Inoue, who expresses her enjoyment in portraying the complex character. Development staff notes comment on the Lobelia unit's high attack power but lower defense, reflecting Lobelia's aggressive nature. They highlight its enjoyable combat style, particularly the satisfaction of executing consecutive attacks. This page introduces Hanabi Kitaoji, another key member of the Paris Combat Review in Sakura Wars 4. Despite being raised in Paris, she embodies the spirit of a traditional Japanese woman, a stark contrast to some of her more eccentric teammates. Her backstory involves a tragic event that led her to join the review. Hanabi pilots a customized Kobu F2 unit, specifically designed for long-range combat. Her unit is equipped with a massive Japanese bow, making her the team's primary archer. The development staff notes confirm her unit excels at attacking from a distance, possessing high offensive power but lower defense, emphasizing the need for careful positioning during battles. They also playfully mention that performing joint attacks with Sakura Shinguji is particularly enjoyable. The page includes a brief message from her voice actress, Yoshino Takamori, who expressed her satisfaction with portraying Hanabi and highlighted the game's exciting climax. Overall, the profile positions Hanabi as a graceful yet powerful long-range specialist, adding a unique combat style to the Paris Flower Division. This page delves into a strategy guide for Sakura Wars 4, specifically focusing on the interactions with the heroines of the Paris Flower Division. Titled, Grand Finale Great Strategy, Part 2, this section covers the critical lips choices players will encounter. The guide breaks down key dialogue moments for Erica Fontaine, Coquelicot, Glycine Bloomer, Lobelia Carlini, and Hanabi Kitaoji. For each heroine, it presents scenarios and the different dialogue options available within the lips timer system. Crucially, it shows how each choice impacts the protagonist's relationship level with that specific heroine, indicated by colored bars and symbols. The goal, as highlighted by the guide's structure, is to help players navigate these conversations effectively, to deepen their bonds with their preferred heroine, which is essential for achieving specific endings in the game's grand finale. There's also a checkpoint section explaining the consequences of choosing "I don't have a preference" early in the game, noting how it affects subsequent interactions, particularly with Erica. This page is a valuable resource for players aiming to maximize their relationships and see specific character events. This guide delves into Sakura Wars 4's strategy, focusing on key events. It covers Scene 3, where Lips' dialogue choices during Kinematron calls impact character relationships with the Imperial and Paris Flower divisions. Mastering these timed responses is crucial for narrative and bond development. Scene 4 details the free movement event chart for the Grand Imperial Theater at night, pinpointing character locations and times between 22:30 and 22:55. This chart helps players maximize interactions with heroines from both teams. The guide also explains the Captain's event, where choosing to sleep ends free movement but triggers character-specific events. Players are advised to complete desired interactions before selecting this option. This resource is essential for fully experiencing the game's character events and dialogues. This page continues the strategy guide for Sakura Wars 4, focusing on specific character events that occur during the free movement phase at the Grand Imperial Theater at night. It details potential encounters with various heroines from both the Imperial and Paris Flower divisions in their respective rooms. The guide outlines 9 separate events, covering interactions with Kaede, Sakura, Sumaire, Maria, Iris, Kuran, Kana, Orihime, and Lenny. Each entry briefly describes the scenario, such as visiting Sakura's room to discuss flower viewing, or Sumaire's regarding a dance contest. Crucially, these events involve Lips' dialogue choices, and the guide provides notes on how these choices impact relationships with the characters involved, often showing relationship-level changes for multiple heroines. Finally, a note clarifies that if you haven't chosen an Imperial heroine for the grand finale, you might find them on the terrace. Going to the terrace in this scenario triggers Event 02, which is Sakura's event. This resource is vital for players aiming to maximize their relationship levels and see all the character interactions available during this critical part of the game. This page continues the in-depth strategy guide for Sakura Wars 4. focusing on pivotal character events during the free movement phase. It details Event 11, centered around encounters with the Paris Flower Division heroines in the salon. The guide provides specific walkthroughs for interactions with Erica, Glycine, Coquelicot, Lobelia, and Hanabi, outlining the lips dialogue choices available and illustrating how they affect relationship levels, not just with the heroine involved, but also with others in both the Imperial and Paris divisions. A crucial checkpoint is highlighted, explaining the scenario if you haven't chosen a Paris heroine. In this case, events shift to focus back on the Imperial heroines, demonstrating a different path through this part of the game. The guide then moves on to outline subsequent time-based events occurring at various locations within the Grand Imperial Theater, including Event 12 in the office, Event 13 in the manager's office, Event 14 in the Rose Group's room, and Event 15 in the Strategy Command room. These sections provide a brief overview of the scenarios and associated screenshots. The page concludes with a teaser, promising the strategy guide's continuation in the next issue, which will feature the return of a character who had previously retired. This page features a special project from Dorimaga, presenting a relay interview with the voice cast of the Imperial Flower Division from Sakura Wars. Titled Goodbye My Sakura Wars, this segment focuses on reflecting on the characters and the past 7 years leading up to Sakura Wars 4. The main interview delves into the thoughts of Michi Tomizawa, the voice actress for Sumire Kanzaki, as she discusses her feelings after Sumire's stage retirement, which is a key plot point in Sakura Wars 4. The article explores her journey with the role and the series over the years, including her experiences during the New Year's song shows, which she describes as a series of miracles. Accompanying the interview is an illustration of Sumire Kanzaki and a photo of Michi Tomizawa. Smaller screenshots from earlier Sakura Wars titles highlight specific moments or reflections mentioned in the interview, touching upon her initial casting and the synergy among the cast in the earlier games. This page continues the in-depth interview with Michi Tomizawa, the voice of Sumire Kanzaki from the Sakura Wars series, reflecting on Sumire's retirement in Sakura Wars 4. Tomizawa shares her emotional experience portraying Sumire's final performances and the deep connection she felt with the character and the cast throughout the years, especially during the stage shows, which she describes as a series of miracles. She recounts the challenging recording process for Sakura Wars 4, emphasizing the intensity required for delivering Sumire's lines during combat scenarios and other dramatic moments. Tomizawa expresses her heartfelt appreciation for the fans and the entire Sakura Wars team, highlighting the unique journey she undertook with Sumire. The page features several photos from the Grand Sakura Wars stage shows, showcasing Sumire in various costumes and iconic poses from the theatrical performances. These images vividly illustrate the scale and detail of the live shows. Additionally, screenshots from Sakura Wars 4 are included, depicting Sulamire alongside other characters, further connecting the interview to the game and Sulamire's farewell storyline. This page continues the heartfelt discussion with Michi Tomizawa, the voice of Sumire Kanzaki, as she opens up further about Sumaire's retirement from the Sakura Wars series in Sakura Wars 4. Tomizawa shares her deep emotional connection to the character, describing the process of voicing Sumaire's final moments, including the intense combat sequences, as a significant challenge. She emphasizes the strong bonds formed with the entire cast through the years, especially during the beloved Sakura Wars stage shows. Tomizawa expresses immense gratitude to the dedicated fans, acknowledging the profound impact Sumire and the series have had on her life and career. The page includes touching photographs of Tomizawa, showing both her smiles and tears, alongside a prominent illustration of Sumire in her signature dress and an image of her combat outfit from Sakura Wars 4, visually capturing the character's journey and farewell. A special campaign for readers is highlighted, offering a chance to win exclusive signed posters and character goods, a nod to the series' lasting popularity. This page is a fantastic, fan-focused feature dedicated to supporting Ichiro Ogami from the legendary Sakura Wars series. It's set up as a special corner welcoming readers to the Imperial Theater and Paris Chat Noirs, the iconic locations from the games. The title declares the start of Taigeki and Pari, Love, inviting fans to participate. The main content showcases messages and illustrations from various fans across Japan, including places like Tokyo, Kanagawa, Saitama, Hyogo, Okinawa, Osaka, and Hokkaido. These fans express their support for Ogami, often depicting themselves interacting with him, or featuring other characters from the series. It's a real testament to the strong connection fans have with the world and characters of Sakura Wars. There's also a section for reservations and future episodes, hinting at what might be featured next, continuing this interactive fan segment. Another small section titled, Here's Where to Point, seems related to reader submissions or specific details within the artwork. Overall, it's a charming page celebrating the passion of the Sakura Wars fanbase and their connection to the game's protagonist and settings. This page features a special report on Super Robot Tyson Impact for the PlayStation 2. The page announces the battle for the fate of the Earth sphere has finally begun, covering simultaneous conflicts on Earth and in space. It highlights that this is the first Super Robot Wars title released for the PS2, and provides an analysis of new information and system changes compared to previous entries, promising strategic insights and substantial content. Visuals include several screenshots depicting turn-based combat with iconic mechs and character portraits, specifically featuring Exelin Browning. The main artwork showcases key original mechs from the series, such as the Altyson, Weissritter, and Gespenst variants, alongside smaller, chibi-style versions. The page also lists basic game information, like the genre, simulation RPG, player count, and compatible peripherals, confirming its release and pricing. This is a deep dive into the mechanics and scale of this significant entry in the long-running tactical RPG series. This page continues the in-depth look at Super Robot Wars Impact, focusing on a dramatic turn in the storyline. It highlights the unexpected development where Exelin Browning, a key character, becomes an enemy. The page features striking artwork of Exelin alongside the massive Weissritter mech, revealing she is now piloting it. This betrayal forces the protagonist, Kusuke, to upgrade his signature machine. Using parts from the Weissritter, Kusuke modifies his Altyson into the powerful Altyson Reese to confront Exelin in a critical battle for her fate. The page includes screenshots depicting the action and character dialogue surrounding this pivotal conflict. This page delves deeper into the mechanics of Super Robot Wars Impact, offering a fundamental system breakdown before you even hit the stages. It kicks off by explaining the free order stage system, a cool feature where you can tackle many scenarios in an order of your choosing, and this selection can actually subtly alter the story progression. A nice touch for replayability. Next, it covers how to boost your mechs using strengthened parts. These essential upgrades can be found in 3 ways: dropped by enemies, hidden within the map's terrain, or awarded through specific events. The page shows how these parts slot into your units to give them an edge. Finally, it details the critical spirit commands, powerful pilot skills used in battle only when the situation demands it. There's a massive variety of these, around 35 types. The article highlights key ones like Sure Hit to guarantee attacks, Love to heal your entire team, and Effort to double your experience points from the next fight. It also points out that some commands were specifically added from the GBA title Super Robot Wars Advance. These commands are vital for turning the tide in tough fights. The page includes screenshots showing the stage selection, unit stats with upgrade slots, and the Spirit command menu, giving you a clear look at these core systems. This page provides an in-depth look at strengthening your units and understanding pilot abilities in Super Robot Wars Impact. It details how you'll upgrade your mechs during the intermission phase, covering 4 key areas: increasing weapon power, boosting core stats like HP and mobility, improving shield durability, and equipping valuable strengthened parts found during gameplay. Mastering these enhancements is essential for progressing. The page then highlights the impact of special skills held by your pilots. These abilities are crucial, affecting everything from accuracy and evasion to critical hit rates. It specifically mentions powerful skills activated at high morale, like guaranteeing your attack hits, Sure Hit, and points out iconic abilities such as New Type and Cyber New Type, which grant unique combat advantages. Furthermore, it explains the shield system, showing how these defenses have durability and reduce incoming damage based on the pilot's defense level. Effectively utilizing and upgrading units with shields is vital for tanking hits. The page also offers a strategic tip, reminding players that defeating all enemies on a stage before meeting the main victory condition often yields extra rewards, a classic strategy in the series. This page dives deeper into piloting your units in Super Robot Wars Impact, focusing on how to effectively assign and utilize pilot special skills. It introduces the skill coordinate system, explaining that you earn points based on turns and stage clear conditions to acquire skills for your pilots, emphasizing that the fewer turns you take, the better skills you can obtain. The article highlights skills like focus, accuracy, evasion, fighting spirit, morale at sortie, and critical hit rate as examples. It then illustrates different pilot archetypes, main combatants focused on offense, and various support types. The page shows examples using character status screens, demonstrating how skills like high mobility, critical hit bonuses, and increased morale can define a pilot's role. There are also sections discussing the flexibility of assigning skills into open slots and the potential synergy created by pairing specific pilots. The bottom section focuses on a powerful strategy, combining the counter skill with first strike. This allows pilots to react first to enemy attacks and potentially deliver a devastating counterblow, making units with high evasion or those meant to be on the front lines particularly effective. It shows examples with screenshots featuring characters like Kyosuke Nanbu and Excel Browning in their dispensed units, and units like Turna Gundam and Gundam F91, illustrating how these skills can lead to powerful early attacks or counterattacks during the enemy phase. The advice suggests assigning these skills to pilots who can reach high morale quickly, turning them into formidable offensive threats. Super Robot Wars Impact utilizes a support action system offering offensive and defensive options. There are 4 key support types. Simultaneous support attack allows coordinated attacks with an ally. Support attack provides an additional attack after an ally's move. Support defense lets a unit intercept an attack on an ally, mitigating damage. Battleship support provides assistance to a single unit per turn. Terrain plays a critical role, as support actions are range-dependent and affected by altitude. Choosing the right terrain for support units, like utilizing space for Valcione or ground for Gespenst Mk2 Kai, is crucial. Strategic use of support actions, pre-battle preparation, morale, and coordinated attacks are essential for defeating bosses. Prioritizing quick battles is ideal for maximizing rewards. This page dives into the early stages of Super Robot Wars Impact, specifically covering the Part 1 Ground Tremor arc, beginning with the Scene 1 Anomaly arc. It kicks off with a stage chart outlining the first 5 stages, starting with Soaring Dragon in the Clouds, followed by 3 free order stages titled 3 Hearts, Castle of Black Steel, and Fire On, and concluding with a last stage called Let's Be Manly. The core of the page provides strategic advice for these initial battles. It emphasizes learning the strengths of individual units like the Gundal team, Dankuga, EZ-8, Gundam NT-1, Alex, Zaku Kai, Methels, and Alt Eisens. The guide details how units excel in different environments, ground, air, and suggests specific tactics, such as luring certain enemies like the GOG, or knowing when a unit like the Goof Custom might retreat based on HP, echoing the importance of terrain discussed previously. A key strategic point highlights the difficulty of water battles. It advises against fighting in the sea whenever possible, particularly for units like the Minithus, and suggests using units better suited for water, like the GOG or Dankuga, to draw enemies onto land, where your main force is more effective. The page features screenshots showing combat in different environments, including the sea. This page continues the strategy guide for the early Anomaly arc in Super Robot Wars Impact, moving on to specific stages. It covers 3 locations: the Saotome Research Lab, the Photon Power Lab, and the Iron Castle. For each stage, it outlines the victory and loss conditions, lists the participating ally and enemy units, and provides tactical advice. At the Saotome Lab, the focus is on utilizing Getter Robo and dealing with Mechasaurus enemies, including reinforcements. The guide emphasizes raising Getter Robo's will and using powerful attacks like the Getter Beam, suggesting specific tactics like leveraging Getter 3 for air combat and Benkei's Spirit Command. The Photon Power Lab and Iron Castle stages primarily feature Mazinger Z and his allies battling various Mechani beasts, including the formidable Flying Fortress Gorl. Strategies include quickly dealing with enemies threatening the lab, using combined attacks, and understanding the attack range of specific enemies like the Aerial Genoa M9. Screenshots throughout show key units like Getter Robo, Mazinger Z, and Boss Barreau in action, alongside glimpses of unit stats. The advice highlights the importance of powerful attacks and unit synergies in these early encounters. This page continues the strategy guide for Super Robot Wars Impact on the PlayStation 2, focusing on 2 more scenarios in the Anomaly chapter. First up is the Scientific Fortress Research Lab stage, titled Fire On. This battle changes significantly based on your previous choices. In some paths, you'll be defending the lab with Great Mazinger and Venus A, needing to use Getter Robo, especially Getter 3, for water enemies, while prioritizing threats to the facility. Other paths see the area already occupied, with movement hampered by terrain, and unexpected Neo-Zeon reinforcements appearing, including potentially powerful units you'll need to take down fast. The second scenario covered is at the Nergal Heavy Industries Seisbodock, titled Let's Go Manly. This stage presents a unique challenge as Gaze Estivalis' unit goes berserk. Protecting his unit from being destroyed is paramount, and a potential game-over condition. The guide advises using supportive spirit commands like Trust, and focusing fire on enemies threatening game. You'll also need to be wary of the enemy battleship Banduk, which possesses a powerful map weapon once its morale reaches 120. The strategy here is to defeat Banduks quickly with high-power units before it can unleash this devastating attack, while also dealing with other enemies like mecha boosts. Screenshots show key units like the Estivalis units, Zambot 3, and the menacing Banduk. This page continues the Super Robot Wars Impact Strategy Guide, diving into the beginning of Part 2, titled the Space Violent Quake Chapter. It highlights the integration of protagonist Vadis Ritter and Excellence Browning into the London Bell team, and covers the initial battles they face. The guide focuses on Chapter 34, Sortie, set near Lunar 2. The objective here is straightforward annihilation of enemy forces. But protecting your units is crucial, as losing them results in a game over. Your forces include key units like the Rekylum, Hyakushiki, Grendizer, and the newly joined Vice Ritter, facing off against foes including Hama Hama and Mashamre in the Anindra. The guide maps out the sequence of stages in this early part of the chapter. A significant portion details how to best use your units in battle, particularly suggesting Weissritter and Grendizer are effective against targets like the Hama Hama. There's a specific tactical tip advising players to use simultaneous support attacks, especially from Grendizer and Weissritter, to quickly eliminate difficult enemies like Hama Hama once their HP drops significantly. The page features various screenshots showing battle sequences and character portraits from these stages. This page continues the Super Robot Wars Impact Strategy Guide, covering 2 stages from the start of Part 2. The Mutant Chapter. First up is the stage Destroyer's Threat, set near the Earth's sea. The mission is simple annihilation, but you face tough initial units like the Banduk, piloted by Butcher, and the powerful Devil Saturn VI. The guide highlights the difficult starting position and enemy placement. A crucial point is that Banduk has strong map weapons and will retreat once its HP drops to 50%. The strategy emphasizes dealing with it quickly before it can retreat, noting that Duke Fleed and Frayed are particularly effective. Following that is the stage Warrior from the Moon, located near the Moon's Dark Zone. This stage is described as an easy stage to rout enemies one-sided LY initially, featuring weaker units like Disc Killers and Minifoes. The main challenge arrives later, with the appearance of Garvera Tetra and more Disc Killers. The guide notes that Garvera Tetra doesn't move much and has relatively low stats, making it an easy target. It also mentions that attacking it with up to 4 units won't provoke a counterattack or retreat, simplifying its defeat. The page features screenshots showing the Banduk, Devil Saturn VI, Garvera Tetra, and character portraits like Duke Fleed, Butcher, and L. This Super Robot Wars Impact Guide covers 2 stages from the Mutant Chapter. Storm Rises, Fist of Justice in the Colony Belt, involves positioning the Lycairum ship to control enemy spawns, particularly Motherburn, and suggests using Bright's Encourage to boost Combattler V's morale for powerful attacks. Opponents include Motherburn, Disc Killers, and Devil Saturn VI. Visitor with a Blue Heart, near the Earth's sea, features early enemies, then challenging reinforcements, including flyers. The strategy involves advancing the Ron Bell team to trigger enemy spawns, and using high HP units like Elshank to shield them. Focus your strongest attacks on the high HP Bratty Id when it appears near the Rond Bell team. The next page kicks off with Part 2 of a special developer discussion, highlighted as a heated fighting discussion. It centers around the release of Tekken 4 on PlayStation 2, prominently featuring artwork of Jin Kazama and Kazuya Mishima, alongside photos of developers, including the series director, Katsuhiro Harada. The article discusses the game's launch and includes commentary from the development team, potentially even touching on comparisons or interactions with the developers of Virtua Fighter 4, as hinted by the title. There's also a dedicated section focusing on the story mode movies within Tekken 4, showcasing screenshots of characters like Steve Fox, and discussing the enhanced cinematics unique to the PS2 version, suggesting the team felt they added a huge amount of content compared to previous games like Tekken Tag Tournament. This page continues the developer discussion about Tekken 4 on PlayStation 2, picking up from the previous page's introduction. We hear from Katsuhiro Harada, the producer, and Masahiro Kato, the story and movie director, as they reflect on the PS2 version's development. Harada comments on how stunning the graphics look on PS2, feeling that the character models and environments transitioned well from the arcade version, despite some necessary adjustments. Kato discusses the story mode and cinematic movies, highlighting the effort put into making them impactful and unique to the home console release. A significant portion is dedicated to the practice mode, which is described as being incredibly useful and packed with features. Screenshots illustrate the mode, showing character outlines and damage readouts. The developers emphasize the depth of the practice options, allowing players to refine their skills and learn intricate move lists effectively, noting its importance for serious players. Overall, the team seems pleased with how Tekken 4 turned out on PS2, particularly the visual quality and the robust practice mode. This page continues the interview about Tekken 4 on PlayStation 2 with producer Katsuhiro Harada and director Masahiro Kato. They discuss the Tekken Force mode in Tekken 4, highlighting how it evolved and provides a distinct experience from the core fighting game. Harada emphasizes the sheer volume of content in the PS2 version, stating it's multiple times larger than the arcade release and previous games in the series, offering significant replay value for players. They express satisfaction with how the graphics and character models translated to the PS2 hardware. The page also features a separate section looking back at the Tekken Force mode from Tekken 3. This feature explores what made that mode so engaging, discussing the varied enemy types, stage progression, and score attack elements, accompanied by screenshots showing the mode in action from Tekken 3. This provides a nice contrast or retrospective alongside the discussion of Tekken 4's content. This page features a massive strategy guide for the PlayStation 2 release of Tekken 4. The title boldly proclaims it's a 27-page comprehensive guide covering 13 characters. It highlights the release of the PS2 version, emphasizing its significant content increase over the arcade version and previous titles, promising immense replay value. The guide covers various characters and core gameplay systems, as listed in the contents section. There's a section detailing how to access the online rankings for Tekken Force, Time Attack, Survival, and Training modes, explaining the process using the in-game results screen to get a password for the website. Another prominent section offers tips for scoring points in the returning Tekken Force mode, illustrated with screenshots showing specific strategies like starting positions, utilizing lock-on with L1/R1, using items dropped by enemies, quickly defeating opponents, and chaining attacks for high scores. The page is visually anchored by the Tekken 4 logo and includes character images of Heihachi and Bryan Fury. Overall, it's a deep dive into the game's mechanics and modes for players looking to master Tekken 4 on PS2. This page is a detailed strategy breakdown for Kazuya Mishima in the PlayStation 2 version of Tekken 4. It prominently features Kazuya and screenshots of his moves in action. The guide is split into sections covering his key techniques, basic strategy, and a full list of his moves. Key techniques like the Wind God Fist, Devil Fist, Flash Punch Combo, and 6 Heavenly Palm are highlighted with specific scenarios and descriptions of their effectiveness, particularly emphasizing their utility in counter hits and combos. The basic strategy section delves into Kazuya's strengths, focusing on his powerful close-range game and the importance of landing counter hits for devastating damage. It provides tactical advice on using specific moves to punish opponents and maximize damage. Finally, a full move list details every command for Kazuya, including attack properties, damage, and special notes, offering a complete reference for players looking to master the character. It's a comprehensive look at Kazuya's offensive and counter-based gameplay. This page continues the in-depth guide for mastering Kazuya Mishima in Tekken 4. It dives into advanced techniques, specifically focusing on the tactical use of his special steps, such as the Wind God step. The guide explains how to effectively use these steps, including canceling them, for both offensive pressure and defensive maneuvers, showcasing screenshots of these movements in action. The page also covers Kazuya's air combos and provides notes on his move properties and a breakdown of his signature 10-hit combo sequence. Beyond Kazuya, there's a section explaining fundamental game mechanics in Tekken 4, covering basic actions like movement, guarding, and different types of attacks, illustrated with screenshots. Finally, the page highlights a cool feature: Victory Pose Select. Players can choose from multiple victory poses after winning a round to celebrate their win, with examples shown for characters like Xiaoyu, Violet, Jin, and Bryan Fury. It adds a nice touch for personalizing your wins. The next page shifts focus to Paul Phoenix, the hot-blooded fighter of Tekken 4. This section serves as a detailed guide to mastering Paul, highlighting his signature powerful, linear attacks designed to inflict massive damage. The guide emphasizes the importance of his main pickup moves, like the devastating Phoenix Smasher, the defensive Sway, Iron Mountain, and Fugaku Tackle. It discusses Paul's basic tactics, which revolve around landing that one big hit, and advises players on effectively utilizing his special steps to close distance or create openings. The page also includes a comprehensive list of all his moves with their commands, properties, and damage values, offering everything needed to become proficient with Paul's explosive fighting style. This page dives deeper into Tekken 4, providing character guides and system explanations. It kicks off with a focus on mastering inputs, using martial law as the example. It details specific moves like Dragon Stance and Dragon Sweep, highlighting precise timing and button presses essential for effective use. It then transitions to the Tekken Force mode, noting that characters like Paul and Law are well suited for tackling this beat-em-up style mode. With their powerful attacks like the 1-2 punch in Iron Mountain, that significant portion covers crucial game systems, starting with a detailed breakdown of how to get up after being knocked down. It explains various options like quick recovery, different roles, and standing up, discussing the advantages and disadvantages of each depending on the situation. The page also touches upon actions players can take right at the start of a round, including stepping and character-specific movements, mentioning unique options for characters like Yoshimitsu and Violet. Additionally, it provides tips and move lists for Law, including air combo sequences. Finally, it reveals how to unlock extra content like theater mode and new stages by completing the story mode. This page continues the Tekken 4 guide, delving deeper into the specifics of playing as martial law. It highlights key moves like the flash jab, noting its versatility for pressure and building damage, the dragon hammer for punishing opponents, the sidestep straight hammer as a strong mid-range option, and the dragon tail, which is crucial for setting up low hits and combos. The basic strategy section emphasizes using jabs effectively to overwhelm opponents and create opportunities for follow-up attacks, positioning flash jab as a fundamental tool in Law's offense. It also notes the importance of transitioning into charge attacks, like the dragon stance from certain moves. A comprehensive list provides the commands, properties, and damage values for martial law's entire moveset, offering detailed data for players to study. The page also touches briefly on Law's return to the Iron Fist tournament, driven by circumstances involving his son Forest Law. This page continues the in-depth guide for martial law in Tekken 4, moving beyond basic moves to cover advanced techniques and general game mechanics. It starts by explaining how to utilize Law's Dragon Charge 2 cancel to turn disadvantageous situations into opportunities, noting this requires precise timing. There's also a small tip for the Tekken Force mode, suggesting that low attacks are particularly effective against opponents there, and a strategy for fighting near walls. The page then details the Yukemi, or wake-up system, in Tekken 4, explaining how players can recover quickly after being knocked down using various rolls and springs to avoid follow-up attacks, emphasizing the need to choose the correct recovery based on the opponent's actions. A sample air combo for Law is illustrated step by step. Comprehensive tables list many of Law's moves originating from fake step and dragon charge stances, providing detailed data like commands, hit levels, damage, and properties. Finally, a section defines what a counter hit is, explaining that hitting an opponent while they are attacking yields increased damage and often creates combo opportunities, alongside a warning that not all wake-up options are safe against all attacks. This page dives deep into the unique and unpredictable fighter, Yoshimitsu, in Tekken 4. It starts with a main moves pick up section, highlighting key techniques essential for playing the character. Screenshots showcase moves like the Manji Dragonfly stance, attacks performed during a sidestep, a powerful step-in uppercut, and the tricky Manji suicide from a crouching position. The strategy section, titled Basic Strategy, Free Transformation, Attack from Any Distance, emphasizes Yoshimitsu's signature style. The guide explains his ability to control the fight from various distances, and use his wide array of tricky moves and stances, including the Manji Dragonfly, for pressure and evasion. It touches upon specific tactics for dealing with opponents who block certain key moves, and the setup process for others. The page also includes a massive table detailing Yoshimitsu's full move list, providing command inputs, hit levels, damage values, and properties for numerous techniques, but this lengthy data is typical for character guides. Overall, this page serves as an excellent primer for players looking to master Yoshimitsu's unconventional and highly rewarding gameplay style in Tekken 4. This page continues the deep dive into Tekken 4's eccentric fighter, Yoshimitsu. Building on the previous discussion of his unique style, it kicks off with a skill-up focus on his Soul Stealer technique, explaining how it copies opponents' moves and empowers his own abilities, adding another layer to his unpredictable game. Following this, the guide emphasizes the importance of air combos, quote, for Yoshimitsu, showcasing screenshots of launching opponents and extending combos in the air, a key element for maximizing damage with this character. A significant section is dedicated to understanding Tekken 4's wall mechanics, quote, detailing how walls impact combat, and discussing 3 different types of wall reactions. 3. Weak, medium, and strong, showing how characters react differently upon hitting them. Mastering wall carry and wall combos is crucial, and this guide breaks down the system clearly. While there are extensive move lists detailing Yoshimitsu's ground and mid-air techniques, typical for character guides, and providing command inputs and properties, the page also highlights interesting quirks. A check section points out the mysterious nature of Yoshimitsu's voice lines, adding to his bizarre persona. Finally, a 10-hit combo is listed, along with detailed technical notes on move properties, providing granular data for dedicated players. Overall, this page is packed with essential details for mastering Yoshimitsu's advanced techniques and understanding the environment in Tekken 4. This page shifts focus to the English boxer Steve Fox in Tekken 4. Diving deep into his unique, punch-only fighting style. It features prominent character art of Steve, showcasing his distinctive look. The guide kicks off with a main moves pickup section, highlighting key techniques like Sonic Fang, hooking Tempest combination, turn punch, and stomping, explaining their applications and advantages in combat. This section is crucial for players looking to quickly grasp Steve's core offense. Following this is a basic strategy breakdown, emphasizing how Steve's jab system allows him to evade high attacks and the importance of mastering his various special actions. Screenshots illustrate key moments, like using jabs to transition mid-combo or breaking through guard with powerful strikes. The strategy section underscores the need for precise execution and understanding distance. The page also includes Steve's full move list, a standard comprehensive table detailing commands, properties, damage, and notes for all his techniques. This is essential data for mastering his complex punch combinations and evasive maneuvers. The text also provides a brief character profile, highlighting his background as a boxer and his journey in the tournament. Overall, this page serves as an excellent manual for players wanting to learn and master Steve Fox's technical and strategic gameplay in Tekken 4. This page continues the in-depth guide for Steve Fox in Tekken 4, focusing on mastering his distinctive, punch-only fighting style. It highlights advanced techniques and situational strategies. The skill-up section delves into Steve's unique special actions, such as long ducking and flicker stance, explaining how they are used for offense, defense, and evasive maneuvers. It emphasizes combining these actions for effective gameplay. A section dedicated to Tekken Force mode offers strategic tips for navigating this mode with Steve, recommending specific moves like Sonic Fang and Smashing Fist for crowd control and effectiveness against multiple opponents. There's also advice on reacting when your back is taken. The guide presents examples of Steve's air combos, showcasing complex sequences for maximizing damage after launching an opponent. It details specific move combinations and transitions. Under Systems Explained, the page covers strategic concepts like wall combos and position change. It discusses how to utilize the environment for advantageous situations, such as trapping opponents against the wall for increased damage or changing positions to gain an advantage, explaining the mechanics and benefits of these system features in Tekken 4. The page also includes a table of character-specific combos, but only a summary is provided without listing them all. This page shifts focus to another iconic character in Tekken 4, the legendary wrestler King. It provides an in-depth guide on how to master his grappling-heavy fighting style. The guide kicks off by highlighting King's main moves, showcasing essential techniques with screenshots and descriptions. Featured moves include the infamous Giant Swing, a powerful throw, the Guard Breaker, which, as the name suggests, is crucial for opening up defensive opponents, the versatile Brutal Cyclone, and the Quick Arrow Elbow. Each is explained for its primary use and effectiveness in combat. Following this, the page delves into King's basic strategy, emphasizing the fundamental need to first break the opponent's guard to create opportunities for his devastating throws. It explains how King excels at close range once the opponent is vulnerable. Specific tactics are covered, such as using sidesteps in conjunction with moves like Brutal Cyclone for effective counterattacks, and how to transition from a successful guard break into King's signature finishing throws. The page concludes with a comprehensive complete move list for King. This extensive table details all of King's attacks, including their command inputs, properties, damage outputs, and strategic notes. While the full list is provided, the core takeaway is that it serves as a complete reference for players looking to learn every aspect of King's vast arsenal, particularly his complex chain throws and powerful grapples that define his gameplay. This page delves into advanced King techniques in Tekken 4. It starts with the Skill Up tutorial, focusing on the step cancel throw, a technique for catching opponents off guard. The guide also covers the Tekken Force mode, advising on shoulder tackles and weapon usage, as well as utilizing the L1 plus R1 lock-on. A core game system, angulation, is explained, illustrating how stage terrain impacts character positioning and attack properties. The tutorial provides examples of effective air combos for significant damage output, detailing various combo sequences. Finally, the page provides listings of King's throw combinations, including his 10-hit combo and complex chains like the Wonderful Mexican combo and Beltway Special combo. This page features Christy Montero, the dynamic capoeira fighter, making her debut in Tekken 4. The guide dives into her unique style, highlighting key moves like the Piralipa, left jab Gafanhoto, Macaco Envergado, and Obatido, shown with accompanying screenshots. Christy's basic strategy revolves around her fluid, stance-heavy capoeira, which excels at confusing opponents and setting up powerful kicks. The article explains how she effectively mixes in lead jabs from standing to initiate her offense, and utilizes her sitting stance not just offensively, but also as a crucial evasion tool against high attacks. The page includes a comprehensive list detailing her full moveset and properties, providing valuable data for mastering her complex rhythm and evasive footwork. The page is visually enhanced with stunning character art and images showcasing her various stances and the different color options available. This page continues the deep dive into Christy Montero's fighting style in Tekken 4, building on the previous page's introduction. It highlights her unique, simple standing attack system, showing how she can quickly launch offense immediately after recovering from being knocked down, giving her an edge. The guide also offers general strategy tips, particularly emphasizing movement and approaching the opponent. A significant section is dedicated to the game's throw system, explaining how throws work, their timing, and common scenarios, including illustrated examples of throw escapes and combos. For Christy specifically, detailed breakdowns of her air combos and throw combos are provided with step-by-step screenshots. The page also features extensive move lists covering her throws, techniques from sidestepping, moves performed from sitting or lying down stances, and attacks initiated while standing up. These lists include command inputs, hit properties, and damage data. Notable elements include examples of throws that switch sides and her signature 10-hit combo sequence. It's a comprehensive look at mastering Christy's unique capoeira and understanding key Tekken 4 mechanics relevant to her gameplay. This page dives deep into the intricacies of playing Grilling Xiaoyu in Tekken 4. It highlights her key strengths, focusing on her evasive nature and ability to create offensive opportunities through clever movement. The pickup section showcases some crucial techniques, including the devastating rising uppercut for punishing opponents, the elusive spinning peacock for closing distance while evading highs, her back circle stance transitions, and the effective crouching back roll for getting off the ground safely or launching attacks. The basic strategy guide emphasizes Grilling Xiaoyu's dominance at close range, detailing how players can string together intricate attacks and mix-ups whether she's facing forward or her back is turned to the opponent. It explains how seamlessly transitioning between these stances is key to her unpredictable offense. The page also includes a comprehensive list of all her techniques, detailing command inputs, hit properties, and damage data, providing everything a player needs to master her unique fighting style. Overall, this guide makes it clear that mastering Grilling Xiaoyu in Tekken 4 is all about intelligent movement, stance management, and capitalizing on openings created by her evasiveness. This page continues the detailed guide for Grilling Xiaoyu in Tekken 4, delving into advanced techniques and core system mechanics. It emphasizes skill development by focusing on evading opponent attacks, using Xiaoyu's unique stances and special moves, highlighting the importance of timing counterattacks after successful evasions. The guide also briefly covers her potential for air combos. A significant portion is dedicated to explaining the fundamental Tekken 4 system of sidestepping and sidewalking. It details how these movements allow players to step off the linear attack axis to evade incoming attacks and create openings for punishment. Furthermore, it lists specific moves that enable ogling Xiaoxiu to perform a sidestep immediately after guarding, adding another layer to her defensive evasion and counterattack strategy. The page includes comprehensive lists of moves available from Giling Xiaoyu's back-turned and Phoenix stances, providing the necessary commands, hit properties, and damage data. This page shifts focus in the Tekken 4 guide to Kuorang, highlighting his distinctive Taekwondo fighting style. It begins with a pickup section showcasing key moves useful for pressuring guarding opponents and mixing up attacks to prevent predictability. Screenshots demonstrate moves like the left plasma blade, cut arrow and quick round kick, and setup, right stance mid. The core strategy section titled Mastering Flamingo Stance, Exploiting Opponents' Openings, emphasizes Kuorang's unique flamingo stances. It explains how transitioning between left and right flamingo stances is fundamental to his game plan, allowing him to apply pressure and punish opponents. The text details using moves like left flamingo to right flamingo and high and left flamingo to light jab to set up to left flamingo as examples of his strategic flow. Finally, a comprehensive move list for Kuorang is presented. It's broken down by moves from left stance, right stance, and specific stances like flamingo. While the full list with commands and properties is extensive, the key takeaway is Kuorang's vast repertoire of kicks and stance transitions that enable aggressive, unpredictable offense and the ability to maintain pressure by exploiting opponents' reactions. This page provides the essential techniques and strategic framework needed to effectively play Kuorang in Tekken 4. This page continues the guide for Kuorang in Tekken 4, delving into more advanced techniques and system mechanics. It begins by focusing on maximizing the use of Kuorang's signature flamingo stance movement, explaining how shifting from left flamingo allows for effective evasion and counterattacks, particularly against linear attacks. There's also a brief note on his utility in Tekken Force mode, highlighting the effectiveness of his light kick combos. A significant section explains the game's stun, Yoroke, and stagger, Hirumi, systems, detailing the different types of hit reactions, how they occur, and how to recover. Screenshots illustrate these states, showing how Kuorang's attacks can induce them. The page also features a specific air combo example, starting from a launch, demonstrating a sequence involving left plasma blade, air fang, and cut arrow, and quick round kick. The majority of the page is dedicated to Kuorang's comprehensive move list, covering techniques performed from his left stance, right stance, and the crucial left flamingo stance, complete with commands, attack properties, and damage values. It concludes with a sample 10-hit combo sequence and explanatory notes on the symbols and terminology used in the guide. The content emphasizes Kuorang's dynamic, stance-based gameplay and the strategic importance of understanding hit reactions. This page features a character guide for the massive Craig Marduk from Tekken 4. The layout includes a large character portrait, several in-game screenshots demonstrating key moves and strategies, and detailed breakdowns of his techniques. The guide highlights Marduk's primary tools, such as the punishing swing uppercut for launches, the versatile knife slicer for low pokes and counterhits, the mid-range shoulder impact for pressure, and his devastating atomic buster command grab. Marduk's core strategy is emphasized as controlling the mid-range and avoiding close quarters. Using moves like the jab body blow helps create distance, setting up opportunities for his powerful mid-range attacks and crucial tackles. The guide stresses the importance of tackling, showing how it can lead to significant damage via ground attacks or transitioning into the mount position. A comprehensive table details Marduk's full move list, providing command inputs, properties, and damage information for all his attacks from various stances and situations. Overall, the page portrays Marduk as a character who excels at controlling space and punishing opponents with heavy-hitting, grappling-focused tactics once he gets them where he wants them. This page continues the in-depth guide for Tekken 4's powerhouse, Craig Marduk. Building on the previous page's introduction, this section delves deeper into specific strategies and mechanics crucial for playing as or against him. The guide provides valuable skill-up tips, focusing on utilizing transitional moves from crouching and standing, highlighting key attacks like the tornado chop and swift sidekick, for offensive pressure and counter hits. It also details Tekken 4's systems regarding the tackle, explaining both offense and defense, and specifically points out that Marduk's spear tackle is unique and differs from standard character tackles, working effectively from a distance. A significant portion is dedicated to Marduk's mount position, offering a detailed check on the various options available once he gets the opponent on the ground. It breaks down his 4-hit punch sequence from mount, discussing feints, how to defend against counterattempts like the armbar crosshold reversal, and the powerful throw options that become available after certain hits connect. Crucially, it also includes advice on how to defend against Marduk's relentless mount punches, emphasizing the importance of timing your blocks. An example of Marduk's air combo is also shown, demonstrating how he can transition into damaging juggles. Overall, this page really hones in on the specifics of Marduk's grappling and ground game, which are central to his powerful style. This page shifts focus to Jin Kazama, labeled as a character with strong balance and unique techniques like evasive moves and power stances. The section highlights his main techniques pick-up, showcasing moves crucial for his game plan. These include a counter-hit-oriented jab string, a flying double kick effective for launching opponents into air combos, a quick spinning back fist perfect for punishing whiffs, and a stepping low roundhouse kick used as a strong mix-up option. Below this, the guide covers Jin's basic tactics, emphasizing his proficiency in standing and crouching combat, along with strong options for punishing opponents. It notes that Jin possesses high-performance techniques suitable for various situations, and advises players to master his balanced style, incorporating key moves like his counter-thrusts and low kicks to elevate their gameplay. Jin is depicted as a character with a destiny tied to destroying evil bloodlines, adding narrative context to his fighting style. The page also features Jin's character renders in his default and alternate 1P, 2P colors, and action screenshots demonstrating the highlighted techniques. Finally, a comprehensive complete technique list is presented, detailing all of Jin's moves. This table includes the command inputs, attack properties, high, mid, low, damage values, and specific notes for each technique, serving as a full reference for mastering his diverse moveset. This page continues detailing Jin Kazama's advanced techniques and system mechanics in Tekken 4. The Skill Up section focuses on a move called Ramon Kai, highlighting a hidden secret involving delaying the input for a guaranteed counter-hit or specific follow-up. It's described as a technique requiring precise timing. Another section titled For Tekken Force, though applicable elsewhere, discusses the right spin thrust, noting its effectiveness against guarding opponents or in specific situations like the Tekken Force mode. The Systems section explains core defensive mechanics, parry, sabaki, and receive flow. These are techniques to intercept or nullify incoming attacks, often leading to advantageous situations or counterattacks. Parry involves a precise timed input to block and potentially punish. Sabaki is a type of parry that allows follow-up attacks. Receive flow is described as a technique unique to Jin that intercepts and retaliates. Jin's air combo is showcased, providing a recommended string for launching and continuing pressure in the air. Finally, a check section delves into a unique aspect labeled True Vacuum, seemingly related to Jin's demonic heritage. This special state or stance allows for cancels into powerful techniques like True Vacuum Right Spin Thrust and True Vacuum 8 Heavenly Punches, transforming his standard moves into stronger, potentially unblockable attacks when activated. This mechanic significantly boosts his offensive potential, especially when utilizing his devil side. This page dives into the intricacies of playing as Violet in Tekken 4. The character is highlighted as one who demands precise timing for optimal execution. The guide picks out several key moves. First up is the 1-2 middle, a fundamental attack string that's crucial for applying pressure and setting up further offense. Then there's the rear cross punch, specifically used out of a sidestep, making it a versatile tool for both evasive maneuvers and offense. Finally, the pump kick is mentioned as a low attack, though the guide notes it leaves a significant opening if blocked. Moving on to strategy, the core concept for Violet is dominating with his missed step and utilizing the associated Hitman style. This section demonstrates how these stances allow Violet to close distance quickly, evade incoming attacks, and maintain pressure, making him hard to deal with once he gets close. The guide also touches upon canceling the misstep into a sway cancel, for added evasive options and mix-ups. The page concludes with a full list of Violet's techniques, covering everything from basic strikes to throws and special stances, serving as a complete reference for mastering the character. Overall, the focus is clearly on Violet's unique movement and stance-based combat, highlighting the need for precise inputs to unlock his full potential. This page delves deeper into mastering Violet in Tekken 4, focusing on high-level techniques and system mechanics. It highlights mastering just frame inputs, specifically for Violet's Super Triple Fang attack, showing how precise timing leads to a powerful combo finisher. It also clarifies the timing and application of the crucial missed step during combat, explaining its evasive and offensive uses. The page features Violet's complex air combos, providing visual step-by-step guides for challenging sequences like Silver Barney into Wander Puncher and misstep variations, demonstrating advanced juggle potential. System explanations cover essential mechanics like prior input, which allows players to pre-buffer commands for faster execution, particularly useful for complex sequences and throws. There's also a section on the Tekken Force bonus mode, specifically mentioning a kick-only challenge run. Finally, a section details the different stages in the game, listing locations like airport, underground, mall, Shinjuku, and parking area, noting environmental features or themes for each. There's also a brief look at Violet's 10-hit combo data. Overall, this page provides a concentrated look at Violet's technical requirements and core game systems needed for advanced play. This page shifts focus to mastering Nina Williams in Tekken 4. It starts by highlighting Nina's key techniques, describing moves like the Ivory Cutter as a strong two-hit attack, Divine Cannon as a mid-range strike that leaves an opening on block, Leg Sweep as a low attack with good knockdown potential, and Stonehead as a powerful throw that can be performed from certain stances. The page then dives into Nina's basic strategy, emphasizing the importance of the Ivory Cutter. It explains how this move is central to her game plan, whether used to chip away at an opponent's guard or to force a reaction. The strategy section details how following up a blocked or hit Ivory Cutter with movement or other attacks is crucial for keeping pressure on the opponent. Finally, there's a comprehensive list detailing Nina's entire move set in Tekken 4. This extensive table provides the command inputs for each technique, its properties, high, mid, low, etc., damage values, and brief notes on its use or characteristics. It's a vital resource for anyone looking to truly master Nina's diverse arsenal of strikes and throws. This page continues the in-depth look at mastering Nina Williams in Tekken 4. Building on the fundamental moves discussed previously, it highlights the strategic importance of utilizing Nina's shake shot movements, detailing how they can be used for positioning and reducing vulnerability, essential for effective offense and defense. The page also offers tips for navigating the game's Tekken Force mode, focusing on techniques to efficiently handle multiple opponents. Furthermore, it provides valuable system explanations for Tekken 4, breaking down special inputs such as hold input and simultaneous input, clarifying how these mechanics work and how to execute them reliably. Crucially, the page details several key air combos for Nina, providing the command inputs and illustrating the sequences with screenshots, giving players clear examples of how to extend damage after launching an opponent. Supporting this are tables listing properties and damage values for various significant moves, including her Spider Knee and Ivory Cutter, and a guide for performing her standard 10-hit combo, offering practical data for perfecting her techniques. This page provides a special report on the upcoming Phantasy Star Online for the Nintendo GameCube. It reveals exciting new content, including entirely new stages with diverse environments and challenges, introducing new enemies with mixed attributes that will require players to adapt their combat strategies. The article also teases the addition of 3 new playable character types, hinting at increased variety. It mentions potential changes to the way areas are structured within the game. Furthermore, it highlights that a playable demo of the GameCube version will be available at the Game Jam 2 event, giving players a chance to experience these additions firsthand. The page also features a note about an interview with Phantasy Star Online's main designer, Satoshi Sakai. Basic game information is also included, noting it's an RPG for 1 to 4 players on the GameCube. This page continues the special report on Phantasy Star Online for the GameCube, diving deeper into the new content. It introduces the brand new Seaside Area stage, describing it as a beautiful beach with clear blue skies and water, perfect for intense battles. The article notes the expansive nature of these new areas, leaving players wondering just how much of the landscape is explorable, hinting at large, interconnected zones. A notable point highlighted is the GameCube's graphical capability, specifically focusing on the water's rendering, the reflection of light, and the movement of the waves, are praised as particularly beautiful and realistic, showcasing the system's power. The page also unveils several new enemies players will encounter. These include the insect-like G, which attacks with needles, the Yui gibbon, a monkey-like creature that moves quickly in groups and breathes fire, and the Marilia, a plant-like enemy that emerges from the ground to attack before retreating. These additions promise new combat challenges. Finally, the game's main designer, Satoshi Sakai, shares that his favorite enemy is the Kulgrafon, seen in the GameCube version's Game Jam 2 demo. This page continues exploring Phantasy Star Online, focusing on the updated character creation options and color variations. It asks if the character editing is taking a more comical direction. The article highlights that the character select and edit screens are now much clearer and easier to navigate, with improved display of information, especially for the GameCube version users who requested more detail. It showcases examples of the new color and style variations for 3 character types: Fomarl, female force; Ramar, male ranger; and Hukasil, female hunter android. For the Fomarl, variations in face and costume style are shown, questioning if the look is becoming more comical. The Ramar section emphasizes the wide range of hairstyle options, from ribbons to afros, and includes a comment from designer Satoshi Sakai noting the cool soldier girl feel of one design. Finally, the Hukasil section details the ability to mix human-like and mechanical parts, showcasing different head and body types, including a contrast between heroic and cute-made robot concepts, also commented on by Sakai. The overall impression is a significant increase in customization depth and stylistic range. This page features a lengthy interview with Satoshi Sakai, the main designer for Phantasy Star Online at Sonic Team, discussing the upcoming GameCube version. The large title asks, "What is GC version PSO like?" And a subtitle declares that fans will understand 70% of the GC version by attending Game Jam 2. Sakai confirms that development is progressing smoothly. He touches on various aspects, including game balance being adjusted for 4 players, incorporating player feedback into character customization and other features, and a significant increase in overall content volume compared to the original. This includes new stages, additional enemy variations, and the inclusion of the version 2 battle mode. He notes that while the level design builds upon the Dreamcast version, there's more variety, with efforts made to differentiate areas significantly. Online play is also emphasized, with party formation feeling more meaningful. Sakai mentions new enemies and challenges, and that the interface and controls have been adjusted. The interview concludes with an invitation for fans to check out the new content at Game Jam 2 and look forward to future announcements. Screenshots on the page show gameplay featuring new enemies and environments. This page features beautiful artwork by Akemi Takada, a renowned character designer, showcasing 2 characters who appear to be from the classic Magical Girl series, Creamy Mami. The page promotes an art book and an exhibition dedicated to Takada's work. The section on the left introduces the art book titled Creamy Mami Memories of Magical World. This book compiles illustrations from the Creamy Mami series, including designs used for laserdisc boxes, goods, and newly drawn pieces, offering a comprehensive collection of her work on the show. There's also a promotion announcing a fair for purchasers of the art book, offering bonuses like posters and postcards. On the right, details are provided for the Takada Akemi exhibition Airy Fairy, held at Gofa Gallery and Factory in Shibuya. The exhibition is split into 3 distinct stages over its run. It features original drawings by Takada Akemi, focusing on key series she worked on, including approximately 30 pieces centered around Creamy Mami and around 60 original drawings from Patlabor. This exhibition is a must-see for fans of her influential character designs. At the bottom of the page, information for the publisher, SoftBank Publishing, is listed. This page features the Reader Submission Corner, appropriately titled The Dorimaga, where readers share their thoughts and experiences. The let-in sets a humorous tone, lamenting the inability to go outside from cherry blossom season until they fell, implying lots of indoor gaming time. Reader letters cover various topics, including mentions of the game Sonic Adventure and the rhythm game Rez. There are also smaller panels featuring reader interactions and humorous observations related to gaming and life. Below the reader section is the Dorimaga Recommended Movies Cinemas feature. It highlights films perfect for a getting out more season, suggesting dreamy and energetic works. The section includes a popular movie ranking, featuring a mix of international hits like The Lord of the Rings, Monsters, Inc., and Ocean's 11, alongside Japanese anime like Spirited Away and Doraemon. The page also provides brief reviews for Legally Blonde, focusing on the determined Elle Woods character, and the Wild Thornberrys movie, a family adventure about kids exploring Paris. This section gives a glimpse into the broader entertainment interests of the magazine's audience beyond just games. This page kicks off with the Dorimaga Artist section, showcasing fan-submitted artwork. Readers from across Japan have sent in their impressive illustrations, featuring characters from popular games and series. You'll spot familiar faces from titles like Gun Parade March, Resident Evil, Sakura Wars, The King of Fighters, Soul Calibur, Virtual On, Tokimeki Memorial, and Detective Conan, alongside characters from Grandia. The section highlights the diverse artistic talent within the Dreamcast community. Below the artwork is the latest installment of composer Noriyuki Iwadere's column. In this fourth entry, he reminisces about his high school days and how he remained dedicated to music throughout that period. His personal profile mentions his background in basic music theory and his work on the Grandia and Lunar series, among other game scores. The column touches upon his musical journey and influences. The page also promotes the currently available Best of Grandia music collections, featuring tracks from Grandia I, Grandia 2, and other related works. A photo of a classical music album by Wilhelm Furtwängler conducting Beethoven symphonies is shown, noted as a personal treasure, connecting to Iwadere's passion for music. This page continues the fan artwork showcase, titled Nesu no Puchi Sakura Ban, featuring submissions from readers across various prefectures in Japan. You'll see a dynamic range of illustrations, including what looks like a character from Dead or Alive, various anime-style characters, and some more cartoony designs, reflecting the diverse tastes within the gaming community. It's always cool to see the creativity of fans bringing their favorite game worlds to life. Below the art section, we move into Book McKee, which recommends reading material. This week highlights two books, a fiction piece titled Jujutsu wa Watashi ku I Umonode, and a novel called Dracula Keegan, or Dracula Chronicle, diving into vampire lore. Finally, there's a ranking chart listing recommended games alongside their prices and publishers. While it includes multi-platform titles like Final Fantasy Shegi, it features notable Dreamcast favorites such as Phantasy Star Online Ver. 2 and Grandia 2, giving readers a quick look at popular titles available. This page features a collection of reader-submitted gag comics in the Dorimaga Manga Theater section. These small, humorous strips touch on various gaming and pop culture themes. You'll see jokes referencing fighting games, characters resembling those from Yu-Gi-Oh!, general observations about gaming and the internet, and dramatic reactions to everyday situations, all filtered through a fan's perspective. It's a fun look at the community's sense of humor surrounding the games they love. Below the comics, there's a significant feature titled Amazing! Space Channel 5 Part 2. This section focuses on the music of the funky rhythm game and highlights musician Kenichi Tokoi, one of the composers. It delves into his work on the game's soundtrack, including the unique use of sampling, and promotes a live performance event dedicated to the game's music. The article discusses the energy of the live show and how the music, a blend of original compositions and samples, captures the vibrant spirit of Space Channel 5. It's a great nod to the crucial role music plays in creating memorable gaming experiences, especially for a title as stylish as Space Channel 5 Part 2. This page opens with Shota Corner, a section dedicated to reader-submitted illustrations and messages, often featuring younger male characters in various poses and scenarios. It's a fun look at the creativity within the fan community. Adjacent to this is the True Dorimaga Liberation Zone Declaration, another segment featuring humorous content from readers across Japan. You'll find small gag comics, funny observations, and regional shoutouts, touching on everything from everyday life to gaming culture in a lighthearted way. Below these community features is a large CD release guide. This section provides details on various new music releases available. It lists albums and singles from a range of artists, including rock bands, instrumental musicians, and collaborations, catering to the diverse musical tastes of the magazine's readership. This guide highlights that the Dreamcast audience also has strong interests in contemporary Japanese music. This page features several community-focused columns. The Leave It to Hagi section presents a Q&A with a longtime company member named Hagi, who answers a reader's question about his career choices, specifically why he joined Capcom years ago, sharing personal anecdotes about work life and growth. Adjacent is I Had Such a Dream, where readers submit descriptions of their dreams, illustrated by short comics, offering a quirky glimpse into their subconscious thoughts. Below, the Bidion's Net Game Go column details one player's journey into online gaming with Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast. The author, Bidion, recounts the initial struggle of typing without a keyboard, the process of improving, and the overall enjoyment of connecting with others online. He also amusingly comments on the prevalence of male players using female character avatars. Finally, the Then You Look for That Game section is a reader service, helping people identify games they can't remember. Requests mention Wolfenstein 3D on Dreamcast, a PC robot game suggested as Macross Digital Mission VFX, and an old competitive game on the Famicom, possibly MUSCLE Tag Team Match. It's great to see the community helping each other rediscover forgotten gems. This page is packed with community contributions, starting with the Game Character Difference Corner and Game Fusion. The Character Difference Corner showcases humorous takes on similar character archetypes across different games, while the Game Fusion section merges titles creatively, like combining Pro Evolution Soccer with Winning 11, or Phantasy Star Online Ver 2 with Pia Carrot, into a pun referencing the PS2 console. Below these, several smaller columns feature reader mail, including questions for columnists and ongoing serial content like Let's Leave It to Segaway, which seems focused on health or walking activities. The largest section is dedicated to anime/game song lovers, highlighting the passion for singing anime and game soundtracks at karaoke. It features requests for popular songs, mentioning iconic series such as Evangelion with hits like Cruel Angel's Thesis, as well as songs from shows like Ojamajo Doremi and The Vision of Escaflowne, and even nods to classics like Galaxy Express 999. The column emphasizes how singing these songs brings excitement and joy, and they are actively seeking more requests from readers passionate about anime and game music karaoke. This page is dedicated to reader interaction and community content. At the top, the New Corner Committee section seems to be soliciting and discussing new ideas for reader-submitted columns, showing fan art and mentioning topics like love for Sega, and even a surprising nod to the rival Xbox console. To the right, a point ranking tallies contributors, showcasing active participants in the magazine's community features. The page also provides a comprehensive guide to each corner, detailing the various types of reader submissions welcomed, ranging from general questions and illustrations to game reviews and specific discussions. Further down, Submission Rules clearly outlines the guidelines for sending in content, including file formats, size limits, and required personal information. An illustration and contact details are also provided for submissions. A prominent section features a column titled Minami Omi's Open Sesame by the well-known voice actress Minami Omi, including her photo. Below it, a related section, with Omi-can, features an illustration, likely connected to her column's content or a character she voices. These sections add a touch of celebrity perspective to the reader-driven content. This page features a column by Fumio Kurokawa titled Still Black, or reflecting on the state of the game industry, particularly Sega and the recent Japanese launch of the Xbox. Kurokawa shares his experience attending Sega's Game Jam 2 event, expressing excitement about unreleased content and nostalgia for Sega's console legacy. He then discusses the Japanese Xbox launch, including initial impressions of the hardware and the launch titles like Dead or Alive 3. He notes early sales figures and offers commentary on the marketing and overall impact, expressing a somewhat mixed view. The column also mentions the premiere of the Resident Evil movie and industry news about Microsoft challenging Sony. The bottom section provides a summary of weekly game industry news headlines, covering topics like company financial results, market trends like DVD surpassing videocassettes, corporate reorganizations, restructuring, patent disputes, and the debut of the Resident Evil film. This page jumps into anime information, highlighting the classic series Jorinko Chi. It covers the release of the TV anime on DVD box, specifically Volume 1, which hit stores on March 25th. Based on the long-running manga, the show follows Chi, a spirited young girl navigating life with her quirky family in Osaka, focusing on their struggles running a Horumon-yaki restaurant. The page provides brief character profiles for Chi, her rough-around-the-edges father Tetsu, her supportive mother Yoshi, and their cool cat Kotetsu. It also touches on the anime's production staff and original work. There's a small section promoting Kindaichi case files, with info on a special airing of the theatrical movie version on Sky Perfect TV on April 21st. Additionally, information is included for the broadcast of Azumanga Daioh, which started airing on ATX from April 15th, described as a school comedy featuring high school girls and a teacher. It's a pretty packed page for anime fans. This page previews new anime releases on VHS/DVD and featured soundtrack CDs. Video highlights include the final installment of Gaogaigar Final, Full Metal Panic, Volume 2, with a figure. You're Under Arrest, second season's finale, Crush Gear Turbo Volume 1, Rune Soldier Louis Volume 7, and Macross 7's concluding volume, a remastered DVD box of New Aim for the Ace, and a new Kisakui installment are also mentioned. The CD section features soundtracks for Galaxy Angel 3, Inuyasha 2, X-Driver the Movie, and Super Gals. Kotobuki Ran 2, character songs and background music. The selection provides fans with opportunities to enjoy their favorite anime's music. This page features the 138th installment of the Something Yoshimatsu Theater comic strip. It appears Something Sensei might currently be in Canada watching WrestleMania, according to a note. The comic itself depicts Something seemingly being drawn into the world of Dubutsu Bonshu, or Animal Leader. Despite this being a Nintendo GameCube title, the screens shown feature a spiral logo reminiscent of the Dreamcast and the number 32, a clear nod to the Sega Saturn, injecting some classic Sega humor. Something transforms into a blocky animal form, overwhelmed by the game's concept of embracing wildness. The gameplay involves eating other animals to become the king of the five beasts. However, Something is utterly disgusted when the game master reveals the final step to clearing the game is breeding. The sheer bizarre nature of the objective causes him to revert back to his human form, promptly vomiting, declaring the whole thing feels wrong. It's a classic Something Yoshimatsu strip, using game concepts for absurdist humor, poking fun at the industry with inside jokes referencing Sega history. The comic artist's short bio is included at the bottom, mentioning his popular books on Sega games and other serializations. This page features the 45th installment of the Mokyu Mokyu Ankoku Tengoku-ki, temporary title, column by Makita Yoshiharu. A large illustration dominates the page, showing a charming character in a maid outfit. The essay section begins with the author lamenting being tired of hospitals, hinting at recent health issues. The author discusses attending a concert by the band Arch Enemy, but expresses disappointment with the sound quality, preferring the Japanese band Edge of Spirit. Shifting focus, the column mentions looking forward to upcoming games, specifically Utaware Rumono, highlighting the appealing artwork by Kanroju and anticipating a high-quality experience. There's also a mention of a new entry in the Nobunaga's Ambition series, though the author jests that Golden Week might be better spent playing Bishujo games or watching anime. The footer confirms this column features illustrations of 3 girls and serves as an essay on the author's recent activities. A side note mentions rumors of collaboration telephone cards featuring the author and other artists being available from Game Jam 2. The next page is part of the Radical Communication series, focusing on actress Aoi Miyazaki. The page features a large portrait of Miyazaki. The main article discusses her rise in the film industry, highlighting her roles in critically acclaimed movies such as Eureka and Harmful Insect, and notes her challenging a happy comedy role in the upcoming film Pakodatijin. The text delves into her personality and approach to acting, suggesting she is known for portraying complex characters, but is now venturing into lighter fare. A prominent vertical quote expresses her view on friendship, stating that having just one person she can truly understand and talk to is sufficient. A profile box summarizes her basic information and lists her filmography and relevant websites. This page advertises 2 Phantasy Star Online books. The first is a strategy guide for Phantasy Star Online Ultimate on PC, compatible with the Dreamcast version. It promises comprehensive strategies, rare item locations, challenge mode guides, and detailed maps. It's aimed at players seeking to master the endgame. The second book is a fan-made publication, celebrating the Sapso community. It features community experiments, a beginner's guide, event coverage, cosplay photos, interviews, and fan-created manga, columns, and novels. Both books are presented as full-color publications. This page is a reader questionnaire postcard from the magazine, providing a way for readers to submit feedback and enter contests. It instructs readers on how to fill out their personal information like name, address, and email, and how to answer the multiple choice questions by writing the corresponding numbers clearly in boxes, following provided examples. The questionnaire asks readers about their gender, age, occupation, and how often they submit the postcard. It prompts them to pick their favorite articles from a provided list in Table 1 and rate the issue's cover art. Readers are also asked how many games they've purchased since the start of 2002, and if they plan to attend an event called Game Jam 2, asking for reasons. Finally, they are asked to list the gaming hardware they own and plan to buy from a list in Table 2, which includes consoles like Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Super Famicom, Nintendo 64, GameCube, PlayStation 2, Pocket Station, Sega Saturn, WonderSwan, Game Boy Advance, Neo Geo Pocket, desktop PC, notebook PC, handheld phones, DVD video players, and Xbox. The last question asks readers to list software they wish to buy from the upcoming release schedule pages. This page features a special interview with Hirohisa Ohura, the managing director and head of the Xbox business division at Microsoft Japan, titled, "From Here, 1 Year, 1 Month." The interview reflects on the initial launch and reception of the Xbox in Japan, which happened on February 22, 2002, about a month prior to this interview date of March 20th. The article discusses the challenges of launching the Xbox in the Japanese market, likening its arrival to a black ship. It touches upon the launch events, the reaction from industry insiders and fans, and media reports regarding sales figures. Ohura shares his perspective on the past and future of the Xbox in Japan, including user feedback and the focus on quality control tailored for Japanese consumers. While sales figures were perhaps lower than initially hoped, the interview suggests the product itself received positive evaluation, indicating a path forward for Microsoft's console in the competitive Japanese landscape. The page is visually rich, showing images of the Xbox console, controller, promotional events, and Mr. Ohura himself in various poses. This page continues the interview with Microsoft Japan's managing director, Hirohisa Ohura, discussing the Xbox launch. He addresses user feedback, acknowledging issues like disk read errors and the need for repair services, assuring that solutions are being implemented. Ohura emphasizes the importance of responding to customer concerns and maintaining quality. He discusses the current sales situation, noting that while the initial numbers might not match the pace of the US launch, they are seeing gradual improvement and are committed to the Japanese market. The strategy involves focusing on core gamers and leveraging global titles like Halo, Combat Evolved, which has a high attach rate, and Dua 3, likely referring to Dead or Alive 3. Ohura outlines plans to increase the software lineup and compete effectively in the market. The page includes an image showing the Xbox console and its controller, along with pictures related to the interview discussion, possibly showing the repair process or sales environment. It highlights the ongoing efforts to establish Xbox in Japan. This page continues the extensive interview with Microsoft Japan's Hirohisa Ohura, shifting focus to the Xbox's online strategy and global ambition. Ohura emphasizes a change in perspective, highlighting the crucial role of the built-in hard disk drive for features like faster loading and storing downloaded content, which he believes will become increasingly important for the online experience. He discusses the strategic timing of the global launch, rolling out in the US first, then Japan, and finally Europe, aiming for maximum impact. The goal is to build a unified, worldwide community around the Xbox network. The interview also touches on Microsoft's plans for E3 in May, teasing new title announcements and potential reveals related to the online service. A photo shows what appears to be a stage setup at an event, likely related to E3 or a similar presentation. Sidebars include a profile of Ohura himself, noting his background in marketing and his personal passion for games like Halo, Combat Evolved, and information about the European Xbox launch, including pricing and initial sales figures. There's also a brief look at the UK software sales chart from March 2002, featuring titles like Metal Gear Solid 2, Halo, and Dead or Alive 3. Ohura clearly believes the network and global community are key to Xbox's future success. This page is a deep dive into the highly anticipated Xbox title, Halo, Combat Evolved. It kicks off with the game's premise: escaping the spaceship Pillar of Autumn and landing on the mysterious ring world, tasking the player with searching for and assisting fellow survivors. The page dedicates a significant section to detailing the game's head-up display, or HUD. It explains key elements, like the remaining grenade count for both fragmentation and plasma types, the navigation point showing the direction and distance to the next objective, and the shield and health indicators. The shield recovers over time, while health does not. It also covers the flashlight energy, ammo count for the currently equipped weapon and total reserve, and importantly, the motion tracker or radar, which displays nearby enemies in red and allies in yellow, along with their direction. The aim reticle turns red when centered on a target. Screenshots illustrate these HUD elements, including views with the sniper scope and night vision active. The page also features an interview with Ed Fries, the corporate vice president of game content at Microsoft at the time. He discusses the game's development status and highlights what makes Halo appealing, specifically mentioning the quality of the graphics, the physics engine, and the artificial intelligence. He emphasizes that even playing for just 15 minutes gives a sense of Halo's unique qualities. This suggests a confidence in the game's core mechanics and technical presentation. This page continues our look at Halo. Combat Evolved, picking up right after the crash landing on the mysterious ring world. As the sole survivor of your escape pod, your mission is to find and assist any remaining allies, all while facing the immediate threat of the Covenant forces who are also present on the ring. A key vehicle featured is the M12 LRV, better known as the Warthog. This versatile ground vehicle is equipped with a powerful 12.7mm machine gun and boasts advanced features like four-wheel drive and four-wheel steering, making it highly maneuverable across diverse terrain. Screenshots show the various perspectives you can experience while in the Warthog: the navigation seat, the passenger gunner seat, and the driver's seat, highlighting its importance for both transport and combat. The game also plunges you into intense assaults against the Covenant. You'll engage in firefights, rescue fellow Marines, and utilize the Warthog in combat situations, working together with your allies to overcome the alien threat. The game's presentation is lauded for its detail, from the expressive character models and high polygon counts to the robust physics and clever AI. The reviewer highlights the immersive quality created by the environmental graphics, including realistic rendering of trees, rocks, and grass, along with impressive lighting effects that capture the nuances of sunlight and shadows, even depicting beautiful sunrises and sunsets. The use of the Xbox's hard disk is noted as contributing to the seamless experience. This page continues the feature on Halo. Combat Evolved, focusing on the intense action and technical prowess of the game. We dive deeper into the thrilling Warthog gameplay, describing how you'll race through hostile environments, maneuvering the vehicle with its advanced four-wheel drive and steering, while your Marine gunner lays down fire on the pursuing Covenant forces. Screenshots vividly capture these moments, including the perspective from the driver's seat and the action around the vehicle. The page also highlights the weapons at your disposal, specifically detailing the use of grenades. Beyond standard fragmentation grenades, the Covenant's plasma grenade is introduced, noted for its unique ability to stick to enemies before exploding. A significant point of praise is directed at the game's sophisticated physics engine and artificial intelligence, which the reviewer states contribute greatly to player immersion. The robust physics simulations are particularly showcased in the Warthog, allowing for impressive feats and dynamic interactions. The quality is so high that the reviewer even references player-created videos demonstrating complex physics tricks. Overall, the game is lauded for its detailed presentation, smart AI, and the sheer effort evident in its production, creating a truly engaging experience where both allies and enemies feel alive. This page continues our deep dive into Halo. Combat Evolved, introducing a new enemy type you'll encounter: the Jackal. These guys are tricky, carrying an energy shield that makes them tough to face head-on. The strategy here is exploiting their weakness, aiming for the small gap where their hand holds the shield, or using grenades to disrupt their guard, as shown in the screenshots. They're not as formidable in close combat as elites, but their shields require smart tactics. The article also highlights the game's impressive audio design, detailing the 5.1-channel Dolby Digital surround sound. This allows you to pinpoint enemy locations purely by sound. Whether they're flanking, behind you, or just out of sight, the directional audio gives you a crucial tactical edge. Diagrams illustrate how the sound field works around you. Another section touches upon a scenario involving a retreat, describing efforts to extract surviving Marines amidst intense combat, emphasizing the desperate situation depicted in the screenshots featuring damaged vehicles and troops. Finally, the page revisits the discussion on the game's advanced artificial intelligence, referencing it as a continuation of points raised previously. The Q&A section explores how the AI brings the world to life, making allies and enemies react realistically, and contributing significantly to the immersive experience. A picture of Ed Fries, a key figure at Microsoft Game Studios at the time, appears alongside this discussion, underscoring the importance placed on AI in the game's development. This page dives deep into the terrifying world of Resident Evil on the Nintendo GameCube. highlighting its masterful horror. The article opens by setting the scene in the dark Arklay Mountains, detailing the mission of the S.TARS Alpha team to investigate a helicopter disappearance. Screenshots depict the initial dread, the discovery of gruesome findings, and the horrific encounter with rabid dogs known as Cerberus, marking the true beginning of the nightmare. The piece specifically calls out the game's high-quality opening movie, emphasizing the developer's attention to detail. Below the striking game logo, the page introduces the crews of STARS, explaining that this special police unit is split into Alpha and Bravo teams. It then profiles key members of the Alpha team you'll encounter. You get introductions to Chris Redfield, the tough operative; Jill Valentine, the skilled and focused specialist; Barry Burton, the reliable weapons expert; and the enigmatic leader, Captain Albert Wesker. Even ill-fated members like Joseph Frost and the cowardly pilot Brad Vickers get a mention. The small side panel confirms this is the GameCube remake, a survival horror title from Capcom spread across 2 discs. It's clear this article is giving readers a comprehensive look at the game's setup and core cast. This page continues the deep dive into the Resident Evil remake, exploring the initial hours of terror following the helicopter crash. It highlights how the experience diverges right from the start, depending on whether you choose Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine, showcasing different opening scenarios and initial challenges within the mansion. The article details key items essential for survival, including the standard handgun, noting Jill's personalized Samurai Edge custom model, the knife as a last resort weapon whose effectiveness varies slightly by character, and the crucial ink ribbons needed for saving your progress at typewriters scattered throughout the estate. A section dedicated to Event Check praises the game's meticulous attention to detail in its cinematic event scenes, noting the deliberate camera angles and hidden interactive elements or gimmicks that reward player curiosity. Finally, the page introduces the ill-fated Bravo team, whose disappearance sparked the initial investigation. Profiles are shown for key members like Enrico Marini, the team leader, Richard Aiken, Rebecca Chambers, Kenneth J. Sullivan, Forrest Spire, and Kevin Dooley, sadly noting that several are already confirmed deceased by the time the Alpha team arrives. It's clear the game invests heavily in establishing its atmosphere and character roster right from the outset. This page excitedly announces the arrival of Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon on the Dreamcast platform. After a long wait, this popular arcade title is finally making its way to DC, scheduled for release on April 11th, packaged with both the original arcade version and the updated DX version. The article highlights the core gameplay of team battle action, where players control mobile suits in conflicts between the Federation and Zeon forces. The DX version is noted for incorporating balance adjustments and additions from the PS2 port, offering a refined experience. A major point of emphasis is the inclusion of online multiplayer support, allowing up to 4 players to engage in exciting communication battles. Screenshots display gameplay featuring iconic mobile suits like the RX-782 Gundam and Zaku units, alongside character portraits, capturing the essence of the Universal Century era. The article positions this release as a highly anticipated title for Dreamcast owners. This page dives into the gameplay mechanics and exciting additions coming in Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon DX. It highlights that victory isn't just about destroying enemies, but managing the battle gauge, which is reduced by the cost of each mobile suit destroyed, adding a strategic layer to unit selection. The core controls are covered, showing how simple button presses handle movement, jumping, shooting, melee, and targeting enemies. The flow of getting into battle is also illustrated, showing the screens for selecting your side, stage, pilot name, and specific mobile suit before launching into combat. The major focus is on what the DX version brings. Expect new mobile suits for the Federation like the Ground-type Gundam and Ground Combat GM. Space stages get a twist with warped areas featuring unique gravity effects. You'll be able to issue commands to your CPU allies, which is a huge help. Perhaps most interestingly, the Zeon side gains the ability to capture and use Federation mobile suits, meaning you might just see Zeon pilots in iconic Gundams, or GMS. It's clear the DX version isn't just a minor update, but adds significant content and strategic options to this already great team battle action game. This page continues the deep dive into Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon DX, focusing heavily on the mobile suits you'll be piloting or facing. It kicks off by reinforcing the strategic importance of the cost system introduced previously. Managing your team's total cost is key to winning. The main content here is a detailed look at several iconic mobile suits for both the Federation and Zeon forces. For the Federation, we see the powerful RX-78 Gundam, the long-range support units like the gun cannon and gun tank, and the reliable standard RGM-79GM. The descriptions cover their general strengths and highlight specific changes for the DX version, such as the Gundam's ability to use the Gundam hammer, or the gun tank getting an aerial dash. On the Zeon side, the classic MZO-5 Old Zaku and the versatile MZO-6 Zaku are featured, along with the deadly MZO-6's Char's custom Zaku 2. Their descriptions detail their roles and notable DX updates, like the Zaku getting increased ammo for its machine gun. A dedicated section highlights DX special equipment, showcasing units prominently featured or new to this version. This includes the low-cost RB-79 Ball, the rugged RX-79G ground-type Gundam, and the standard RGM-79G ground combat GM, detailing their costs and primary characteristics. It's clear the DX version adds some great variety and tweaked mechanics to familiar units. This page continues the deep dive into Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Zeon DX, by showcasing the impressive lineup of Zeon mobile suits. It covers a wide range of units, from ground-based powerhouses to amphibious specialists and spacefaring variants. You'll find detailed profiles for iconic Zeon mobile suits, like the melee-focused EMS-07 Gauf, known for its heat saber and whip, and the high-speed EMS-09 Dom, and its space version, the EMS-09R Rickdom. The amphibious units are well represented with the versatile MSM-07 Zgok, its specialized variant, the MSM-07's Char's custom Zgok, the unique MSM-04AC Guy, and the heavily armed MSM-10 Zok. The page also features later and more powerful units, such as the defensive EMS-15 Gan, the balanced EMS-14 Gelgoog, and the EMS-14's Char's custom Gelgoog, noted for performance comparable to the Gundam. Finally, it highlights the fearsome MSN-02 Zeong, Char's experimental unit with wired Psycommu arms. Each mobile suit entry includes its cost and type, ground, space, or both, and, crucially, a section on DX change points. These points highlight specific adjustments made in the DX version, often detailing improvements to weapons, movement, or overall handling, making these familiar units feel fresh in this iteration of the game. This page showcases the adventure game Interlude from NEC Interchannel for the Dreamcast. The article highlights this highly anticipated title, which promises to break adventure game conventions. It emphasizes the high-quality event graphics, described as having theatrical anime production value, used to illustrate the story. The core premise revolves around a mysterious narrative, where a girl's eyes perceive truth within a dreamlike reality, with a sense of something ominous pursuing you. Screenshots feature dramatic scenes with the main female character, a young boy, and other figures, alongside the game's stylized logo. It is an adventure novel game. This page continues the exploration of Interlude, presenting it as a game that challenges traditional adventure game norms. It asks the player if they will pursue the truth or seek tranquility within a multi-layered world viewed from three perspectives. The game is described as abandoning typical adventure game conventions, using large dynamic scene cuts to convey momentum and uniquely integrating visuals and text rather than relying on static character portraits. A significant portion focuses on the character Ayaya, highlighting her story part, which shows the extraordinary within the ordinary. Aya is depicted as a girl living alone in a desolate town, yearning for freedom but fearing her own disappearance. The protagonist's role in her story involves getting lost in this deserted town and potentially saving her, with her narrative tying into a disaster affecting the world. The vertical text adds to the somber atmosphere, suggesting the location isn't one where someone can stay alone for long. Screenshots showcase the protagonist, various moments involving Aya from vulnerable to distressed states, and the distinct, desolate landscape of the town she inhabits. This page delves into another facet of Interlude, focusing on Izumi's story part, which adds another layer to the game's complex narrative structure introduced on the previous page. It portrays Izumi Marufuji's seemingly ordinary life turning dangerous after visiting the city hall, leading to strange occurrences and bizarre murders. The protagonist takes on the role of her bodyguard, and her story is crucial to the main plot, involving unsettling visions of deserted streets. We see screenshots showing Izumi in various situations, hinting at the escalating danger. The striking sketch artwork on the right features a character, likely Izumi, with the quote, "I think they're going to sneak in," suggesting the constant threat she faces. The concept of anomalies is introduced, described as strange creatures appearing after the discovery of mysterious documents, trapping Izumi within their eerie presence that blankets the city. Another key character, Sugiura, is highlighted as central to the plot, appearing frequently in Izumi's part. He reveals the existence of another world, and the text emphasizes that escaping the unseen danger is impossible without his help, positioning him as a critical figure in the unfolding mystery. The quote, "If it's Sugi-chan's request, I'll do anything," further underscores Sugiura's influence over other characters, including possibly the protagonist, or Izumi, as shown in a screenshot featuring them in a car. Like Amiria's narrative, Izumi's section contributes significantly to the game's exploration of the extraordinary within the ordinary, expanding the dangerous and multi-layered world the player navigates. This section of Interlude focuses on Maiko Tamaki's story, a seemingly carefree narrative showcasing her daily life. The story, presented as a digest of fun moments, reveals a contrast between Maiko's unpredictable nature and the protagonist's concern. Izumi and Aya from other story arcs also appear. Crucially, this part introduces the Pandora Project, a shared element linking the various narratives. This project, undertaken by a small group, aims for human salvation and is tied to secret documents, empty towns, and ruins. Understanding the Pandora Project is key to the game's plot. Screenshots showcase Maiko's activities, alongside character portraits and sketches. The visuals hint at the interconnectedness of the stories, with settings and architectural designs appearing across multiple character arcs. Text snippets within the art further deepen the mystery, suggesting an underlying truth. This page features a preview of Rumbling Hearts, known in Japan as Kimi ga Nozomu Ayan. This celebrated romance-adventure game is highlighted with prominent character art and screenshots. The main text describes the premise, focusing on a group of 4 close friends and the emotional journeys they navigate, noting that the story delves into the feelings of the 2 heroines. A sidebar confirms this title is coming to the Dreamcast, developed by Alchemists, and is categorized as an adventure game, specifically a multi-love adventure. Release details are listed as TBD, meaning the date and price were not yet finalized. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to the character Suzumiya Haruka, featuring a large portrait and text that appears to be a character profile or a snippet from her story arc within the game. The text describes her long-held feelings for the protagonist and how she is overcoming her shyness. The visuals include various illustrations and screenshots depicting scenes from the game, showing character interactions in different settings and emotional states, effectively showcasing the game's art style and dramatic elements. This page continues the preview for Rumbling Hearts, known in Japan as Kimi ga Nozomu Ayan, focusing on the character Mizuki Hayase. Just like the previous page highlighted Haruka Suzumiya, this section delves into Mizuki's perspective and story arc within the game's narrative. The text describes a significant item for Mizuki, a ring she wears on her left hand, given to her by the protagonist, Takayuki Narumi, for her birthday. This ring holds special meaning, symbolizing that she is his one and only, and she vows to cherish it. The preview also touches upon a seemingly happy period, describing a satisfying day where Mizuki, Takayuki, Haruka, and potentially Akane Kawashima spend time together and take a commemorative photo. However, the text dramatically shifts, stating that these peaceful days suddenly come to an end, hinting at the major turning point or conflict within the game's emotional story. A caption below the photo reinforces this, suggesting the picture might become a memory of their happiest time. Visuals on the page include a large character portrait of Mizuki Hayase, screenshots from the game showing her in various scenes and emotional states, including receiving a gift, and a significant group photograph hinting at the pivotal moment in the story. A small screenshot at the bottom shows Mizuki saying goodbye. The content clearly emphasizes the deep emotional drama and character relationships central to Rumbling Hearts. This page dives into a simulation game that puts you in the hot seat as the coach of the Japan national football team aiming for the FIFA World Cup. Titled conceptually as If You Were the Coach of the Japan National Team,
This PlayStation 2 game allows players to experience the pressures and strategies of managing a top-tier squad. You'll handle everything from training regimens and squad selection to tactical decisions during matches. The game features licensed content, including real players and notable figures like the coach Philippe Troussier, whose profile is highlighted on the page. Screenshots showcase the game's menus for data input and player management, as well as glimpses of the match engine in action. The page also includes insightful interviews with producer Osamu Ohashi and game designer Daisaburo Takami, discussing their passion for creating immersive soccer simulation experiences. It's clear they put a lot of effort into capturing the feeling of leading a national team. Released by Electronic Arts, this title offers a unique perspective on the beautiful game, focusing on the strategic depth of coaching rather than just playing. This page continues the exploration of a football simulation game, titled conceptually as Project FIFA World Cup. It focuses on the strategic depth of managing a national team, putting the player in the role of coach, aiming for victory in the glorious World Cup. The article delves into how matches are handled, explaining that they occur in real time, allowing the coach to issue instructions from the sidelines. These commands can be tactical for the whole team or specific directions for individual players, appearing on screen during gameplay, as shown in the screenshots. Through a dialogue format featuring characters named Gabati and Troussier, the page explains various aspects, like the impact of match results on the coach's reputation and parameters, and even hints at starting a career at a club level before moving to the national team. It also describes the intensity of playing tough matches against strong opponents, like Fiorentina. An interview with game designer Daisaburo Takami from Electronic Arts Square sheds light on the development philosophy. Takami, who previously worked on the J.League simulation series, discusses the goal of capturing the realism of football simulation, the importance of real-time match progression, and the need for accurate player behavior and timing, particularly for complex plays like through passes. This game aims to provide a deep coaching experience, emphasizing strategic decision-making over direct control. This page delves deeper into the life of a national team coach in this football simulation game, confirmed to be on PS2 by the logo. It highlights that your journey starts with press conferences, where your answers can directly impact the coach's parameters. Beyond matches, a crucial task is selecting your coaching staff.
You need to pick 3 assistants who come with different specializations like motivator and tactician. Their abilities and compatibility with you are key to success. The most important responsibility is calling up players for the national team squad, limited to 23 players. And you need to choose them carefully from a vast database that even includes players from nations like Lebanon. Game designer Daisaburo Takami explains that the game offers depth beyond just playing matches. It incorporates elements of training and player development, feeling somewhat like an RPG. While real-time matches can feel long, the enjoyment comes from watching your team evolve and execute tactics, focusing on creating situations for player growth through strategic coaching rather than direct control. The goal is to build a team and see them grow. This page dives deeper into the experience of being a national team coach in a FIFA World Cup simulation game, building on the management aspects previously discussed. It details the initial steps of setting up a national team camp to build player fitness and tactical understanding. Various training methods are covered, from individual skill drills to full team sessions focused on tactics and strategy, aimed at fostering unity and tactical awareness within the squad. Beyond the training pitch, the life of a national team coach involves constant work even outside camps. This includes scouting players from domestic leagues, attending matches, and maintaining relationships with the National Football Association and clubs to build the best possible squad for international competition. The page showcases test matches leading up to the World Cup, highlighting victories against tough opponents like Costa Rica, Mexico, and Belgium through in-game screenshots. Finally, it announces the start of the FIFA World Cup main tournament, with Belgium as the first opponent. In an interview, the developer discusses the immense scale of the game, involving thousands of players, hundreds of teams, and countless data points for training and matches. He explains the challenge of developing the training and match simulation aspects simultaneously, like creating 2 different games. The goal is to make the simulation feel realistic, even for the complex underlying systems that the player doesn't directly see, focusing on the growth and development of the team through strategic coaching decisions. This page features a special report on Armored Core 3 for the PlayStation 2, focusing on preparing for battle and guiding new players. It highlights the game's core appeal, the deep satisfaction of building your own custom mech, or AC,
by combining numerous parts. A key aspect emphasized is careful assembly, particularly concerning energy management. The game requires balancing the generator's energy output with the total energy consumed by your axe parts, as this directly impacts energy efficiency, boost duration, and recovery speed, crucial elements for mobility during missions. The report also details 2 vital abilities linked to the axe core part.
Exceed Orbit, EO, an integrated weapon activated when other weapons are stowed, and Overboost, OB, a temporary burst of extreme speed useful for quickly closing distance or escaping danger. Mastering the distinct uses of EO and OB is presented as essential for successful combat. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate the assembly process, various AC stats, and dynamic in-game action.
This page continues the in-depth guide for new players, diving into Armored Core 3. It focuses on understanding mission structure, managing resources, and developing effective combat tactics. The page breaks down the mission flow, explaining how time passes and different events unfold depending on your actions and choices. It also introduces the concept of enterprise points, earned by successfully completing missions for different corporations. These points influence available parts and services, emphasizing the importance of building relationships with various factions. Key tactical advice is given, stressing the need to analyze the battlefield and enemy acts, utilizing cover effectively, and mastering movement to gain positional advantage. The guide also suggests using the arena mode, not just for ranking, but also as a valuable way to earn extra income and practice against different AC builds. It touches on optimizing your AC assembly for mission efficiency and maximizing rewards. Screenshots illustrate mission objective screens, corporation relationship charts, AC customization menus, and dynamic combat sequences, showing off various environments and AC designs. The overall tone is educational, guiding players to think strategically about both per-mission preparation and in-mission execution to become a successful Raven.
This page features Namco's Alpine Racer 3 for PlayStation 2, highlighting its focus on becoming the speed king of the snowy mountains. A key feature discussed is the gear exchange system, allowing players to switch between skis, snowboards, and freestyle boards to adapt their racing style and gain advantages on different courses. The characteristics of each gear type are briefly touched upon in a table showing differences in speed, turning, and power. The page also introduces some of the game's cast, noting there are 7 characters in total. Profiles are shown for Shun Mifune from Japan, Georg Buchwald from Germany, Melina Verlaine from France, and Jose Helguera from the Dominican Republic, with short descriptions hinting at their individual strengths and personalities. Screenshots display the fast-paced gameplay, character selection, and equipment customization screens. The content aims to introduce the game's core mechanics and diverse roster. This page continues the deep dive into Namco's Alpine Racer 3, breaking down the game modes, available courses, and more characters. There are 5 game modes in total, with the Extreme Winners' Cup highlighted as the main goal, requiring players to earn money to expand their gear options and progress. Other modes include Cross Race for 3-person CPU battles, Slalom, focusing on navigating gates without errors, and others, which includes a 2-player versus mode and a time attack mode. The game features 9 courses, blending faithful recreations of real-world locations like Chamonix, France, and Zermatt, Switzerland, with original arcade-style tracks. Screenshots show diverse environments and track layouts, from sunny alpine slopes to challenging night races, and even a futuristic Cybertrick monster course. The character roster expands with profiles for Chelsea Amory from the UK, noted for her well-balanced stats, Ling Yufen from America, specializing in power and stability, and Brad Baxter, also from America, excelling in speed. Finally, an interesting scoop suggests appearances by Namco mainstays Pac-Man and Klonoa as guest characters, adding a fun, unexpected twist to the lineup. Overall, the page reinforces Alpine Racer 3's arcade roots and focus on diverse content.
This page dives into Konami's upcoming sports game lineup, getting fans hyped for the spring season, particularly with the World Cup approaching. The main focus is on World Soccer winning 11-6 for the PlayStation 2, which was highly anticipated, with its release date just around the corner. The page highlights significant advancements in graphics and player motion capture, promising a truly realistic experience. A key feature mentioned is that all 38 members of the Japanese national team are included with their real names and updated 2002 uniforms. The game even features the official World Cup ball, the Fever Nova. Also featured is International Superstar Soccer 2002, shown for GameCube and Xbox. This version offers its own unique gameplay elements, including an original team mode, where players can create and customize their own squads from scratch, selecting players and building a unique team. The page showcases screenshots from both titles, showing intense soccer action, detailed player models, and realistic stadium environments, suggesting Konami was pushing the boundaries of soccer simulation on these platforms. It feels like Konami was really hitting its stride with these releases. This page shifts focus to Konami's baseball offerings, headlined by the Baseball 2002 Battle Ballpark for PlayStation 2, developed in collaboration with NTV. This title aims for realism, boasting detailed graphics, motion-captured player movements, and authentic commentary from Japanese television personalities. It features real professional baseball players and teams with their actual names and uniforms updated for the 2002 season, building upon the established gameplay systems of the popular Power Pros series. Beyond the main feature, the page also highlights JIKYU Powerful Pro Yakyu 2002 Spring, known as Power Pros in the West, for PS2, presented as an earlier release to kick off the season. For handheld fans, the latest entry in the spin-off series, Power Pros Pocket 4, is showcased for the Game Boy Advance. Screenshots across the page demonstrate the distinct visual styles of the realistic Battle Ballpark and the more stylized, chibi character approach of the Power Pros titles, confirming Konami was delivering baseball experiences across multiple platforms and visual preferences that spring. This page shifts gears to highlight the latest entry in the acclaimed Castlevania series, Castlevania: Harmony of Dissonance, for the Game Boy Advance. The feature introduces the new protagonist, Juste Belmont, a direct descendant of the legendary vampire hunters, who inherits their formidable power and uses both the iconic whip and powerful magic. Screenshots showcase the game's detailed pixel art and action-packed gameplay, including shots of the new hero battling classic Castlevania foes. The story sees just venturing into Dracula's resurrected castle to rescue his childhood friend, adding a personal stakes to the eternal conflict. Key characters like the helpful merchant found within the castle, and the series staple, the Grim Reaper, Death, are also featured. A significant focus is placed on the revamped subweapon system, now allowing players to combine subweapons with spellbooks to unleash devastating spell fusion attacks, greatly expanding combat options. The page also includes a correction notice regarding a Castlevania series timeline published in a previous issue, providing an updated chronology of the games. Overall, the content positions Harmony of Dissonance as a significant evolution for the series on handhelds, promising high-quality action and new mechanics built upon the franchise's rich history. This page focuses on the latest entry in the Aero Dancing series, Aero Dancing 4, New Generation, for the PlayStation 2. It highlights a brand new game mode called Scramble, which adds a thrilling element of urgency to the flight simulation experience. The Scramble mode puts players into emergency situations, requiring an immediate response. You'll need to quickly select your aircraft, get it ready for takeoff from the alert hangar, and launch based on real-time instructions from air traffic control. The feature showcases two distinct scenarios. Case 1 involves a combat response mission to intercept unidentified aircraft, testing your dogfighting skills under pressure. Case 2 presents a medical emergency transport, where you must pilot a US-1 flying boat to rescue an injured person from a remote lake, demonstrating the game's varied mission types. The article emphasizes the intense tension and quick decision-making required in Scramble. It also points out the game's impressive visual presentation, noting the beautiful backgrounds and detailed graphics, particularly visible in the stunning island scenery and the depiction of the US-1 landing on water. The page makes it clear that Scramble is a key new feature designed to challenge players beyond typical flight training or combat scenarios. This page is dedicated to the latest installment in the beloved Atelier series, highlighting Atelier Lily, the Alchemist of Solberg 3+, on the PlayStation 2. The central illustration features the game's main characters, setting the stage for the story. The article proclaims this game as a culmination of the Atelier series. It focuses on the narrative leading up to the founding of the Academy central to the Solberg games. Key gameplay loops are presented, including building the Academy, crafting items through alchemy, taking on requests from townsfolk, adventuring to gather materials, and finding items in the world. Screenshots showcase the town view, the item crafting interface, exploration scenes, and turn-based combat. A significant new feature for Atelier Lily Plus is its online compatibility, introducing internet battles and event content. Players can use items they create in the main game for these online battles, adding a compelling new dimension to the classic Atelier formula. The developer comments express excitement about bringing the series' charms online and catering to the fanbase's requests. This page highlights two strategy titles from Koei, making their way to the PlayStation 2. First up is Admiral's Decision IV, a naval simulation focused on the Pacific War, pitting the US and Japanese fleets against each other. It boasts large-scale real-time battles, featuring over 300 distinct ship and aircraft models, requiring players to command entire fleets with strategic depth. Screenshots show intense naval engagements and the game's interface, promising a detailed simulation experience, complete with a new beginner mode to ease players in. Next is Nobunaga's Ambition, Chronicle of Chaos, the latest entry in the long-running series depicting the Sengoku period of Japan. The goal remains unifying the country, but this installment introduces real-time 3D battles, where hundreds of officers and troops clash simultaneously. New unit types like ninjas and pirates join the fight, adding fresh tactical options. The game also features the ability to create original officers and exchange them with other players, adding a personal touch to the historical conflict. Screenshots depict the strategic map and large-scale battlefield scenes. This page introduces Battle Hoshin, an action game from Koei heading to the GameCube. Set in the world of the Chinese fantasy epic Investiture of the Gods, the game puts players in control of powerful characters engaging in chaotic 3D battles. You'll use magical attacks known as Baopai to cut through large numbers of enemies across maps up to 300 meters square. The game centers around the conflict against Chuo, and you'll team up with allies to fight him. Screenshots showcase the intense battlefields filled with multiple combatants, and highlight specific moments like defeating enemies and receiving support from allied units. The page features 4 prominent characters from the story who are playable. Shiga, described as having a balanced offense and defense. Lei Ran, specializing in powerful long-range magic attacks. Taigong Wang, Taigong, noted for high attack power despite slow movement. And Nata, Neja, who excels in close-quarters combat. Their individual stats for agility, immortal power, and physical power are briefly outlined, giving players a glimpse into their strengths. The game promises dynamic battles, rooted in the rich mythology of Investiture of the Gods. Battle Hoshin's combat system centers on Baopai and immortal techniques, shaped by 4 elemental attributes. Equipping different Baopai alters available techniques, influencing combos and playstyles. Players can unleash single-target, multi-target, divine sword, and aerial attacks. Mastering combos, exploiting elemental effects, and understanding enemy attack patterns are crucial for success, especially in boss battles against foes like the Red Dragon and White Tiger. A key feature is the connectivity with the GBA title, Magical Hoshin. Linking the GameCube and GBA grants access to exclusive Baopai, a mini-scenario, and rare items. The GBA game offers exploration, puzzle solving, and Baopai crafting. Using the communication cable for multiplayer further unlocks special materials. This cross-platform integration enhances depth and replayability, rewarding dedicated players. This page introduces Roommate Asami. My Wife is a High School Girl, a PlayStation 2 adventure game based on a popular manga serialized in Weekly Young Jump. The premise centers around living a newlywed life, with the 17-year-old character, Asami Onohara. The page features illustrations and screenshots of Asami in various everyday situations, including in a school uniform, at home, and even a wedding scene. Asami's profile is detailed, providing her age, birthday, physical stats, and hobbies like cooking and walking. Gameplay is described as a time-linked adventure game, where the player's choices influence the story's progression. Special events are triggered based on the PS2's internal clock, such as birthdays or anniversaries, making the simulation feel more dynamic and personal. This adaptation aims to bring the charm and scenarios from the manga to life, letting players experience domestic life with Asami. The game was scheduled for a June release on PlayStation 2. This page highlights 2 upcoming PlayStation 2 titles. First up is Warriors of Might and Magic, an action RPG adaptation of the popular series. The premise involves a protagonist in a mask, pursued through monster-infested underground dungeons. Gameplay focuses on real-time combat against numerous enemies using weapons and magic, navigating through 9 areas filled with puzzles. Screenshots show dungeon environments, combat, and a character status/inventory screen, emphasizing equipment acquisition and management found primarily in chests or hidden rooms. The combat is described as fast-paced with varied weapons and magic, and strategy is important. Below that is Underwater Unit, a 3D shooting game from Irem, creators of titles like Sub-Rebellion. This game shifts the action to the dark depths of the sea, putting players in control of a submarine battling an evil empire. It's described as a new type of underwater 3D shooter, focusing not just on combat but also strategic maneuvering, exploration, and searching for hidden artifacts. Screenshots illustrate intense underwater battles, the game's UI with radar and equipment, and damage effects. The game promises tactical depth and exploration alongside the shooting action, making the unique underwater environment a key feature. The next page is a guide to the Game Boy Advance action RPG, Shining Soul. It starts by introducing the game and promising essential combat basics before diving into the adventure. The guide covers fundamental combat strategy, emphasizing the importance of using hit-and-run tactics by attacking just within range and immediately retreating to avoid enemy hits. It also offers advice on handling large groups of enemies. A section highlights the significance of having elemental weapons, particularly fire or ice types, to exploit enemy weaknesses, and the necessity of carrying backup weapons for different situations. Key character parameters like strength, vitality, intelligence, and dexterity are explained, detailing how each stat affects weapon damage, HP growth, magic effectiveness, and attack accuracy/evasion. The guide stresses that boosting vitality is particularly crucial for survival, especially in challenging boss fights. The Angel Feather item is noted as a vital tool for returning to town quickly. Finally, there's a breakdown of each character class: warrior, priest, archer, mage, discussing their unique skills and recommended growth paths. The warrior, featured prominently with a character illustration, relies on sword skills learned through battle. Other classes specialize in ranged attacks, defensive skills, or magical abilities. Practical tips are also included, offering advice on effective combat approaches versus less desirable habits in battle. The next page is a continuation of the guide to Shining Soul, delving into the specific skills available to different character classes. It breaks down essential magic for the mage, discussing powerful offensive spells like Blaze and Inferno for area damage, utility spells like Freeze and Spark, and crucial support magic like Heal and Slow. There's also a section on advanced magic tactics.
The archer class is highlighted next, with a focus on ranged combat skills. It covers using the bow for rapid fire, healing for support, and various passive skills like critical and enhancing range. The guide also offers tactical tips specifically for playing as the archer, emphasizing hit-and-run tactics and supporting the party. Finally, the guide details the skills of the warrior class, showcasing their versatility. It covers various weapon skills like axe and flail, defensive skills like armor shell and def enhancement, and resistances like fire and thunder resistance. The guide notes that the warrior possesses many skills beneficial to the entire party, making them a reliable teammate. The page is illustrated with character art of the mage, archer, and dragonian warrior, along with screenshots demonstrating gameplay. This page features a guide for Onimusha 2, aiming to help players get more enjoyment out of the game by providing essential knowledge about combat. The guide covers obtaining and utilizing secret scrolls, which are acquired through item trading or specific events, and are crucial for unlocking powerful techniques and enhancing Oni power. Volumes 1 through 6 are acquired through trading, while Volumes 7 and 8 are obtained via events. The guide also delves into effectively using and enhancing the Oni weapons. It highlights the Icebrand Spear specifically, noting its powerful thrust attack, long reach, and ability to handle multiple enemies, making it versatile in various combat situations. The enhancement process involves using absorbed souls to upgrade weapons, with a priority often placed on key weapons or techniques. Furthermore, the guide touches upon fundamental actions like normal attacks and Oni tactics, along with the activation of secret skills and okugi unlocked by the scrolls. It also briefly discusses the strategic use of other weapon types, such as the Dancing Lightning Sword for handling groups of weaker enemies, the bow and arrow for ranged situations or tricky encounters, and the whirlwind for fast attacks and countering Oni warriors. The page is illustrated with screenshots showing gameplay, the weapon enhancement screen, and character portraits. This page presents a boss guide for Onimusha 2, focusing on two formidable Genma encountered in the Fog-Hidden Valley, Gingamfatsu Kai and Judoma. First up is the modified Gingamfatsu Kai, boasting significantly increased HP and attack power, along with high resistance to various elements. This battle requires strategic positioning due to the narrow environment, and the guide suggests using the Icebrand Spear to land hits, particularly after its powerful charge attack. Dodging its charge, which is difficult to counter directly, is crucial,
often by using a backdash or sidestep. Allies provide support in this fight, adding another layer to the strategy. The second boss is Judoma, a female Genma who initially attacks from a distance but becomes a dangerous melee combatant in her Fury mode. She uses unique attacks like a handbag swing, umbrella thrusts, and pedal projectiles. The recommended strategy involves initially dealing with her ranged phase, then switching to counterattacking while guarding when she enters Fury mode. The Icebrand Spear is again highlighted as an effective weapon for dealing damage while minimizing risk in both phases. The guide emphasizes deciding quickly and not retreating unnecessarily in close combat. Overall, the page provides key strategies and weapon recommendations, particularly championing the versatility of the Icebrand Spear, to help players overcome these challenging bosses in Onimusha 2. This page is a comprehensive strategy guide for the Fog Hidden Valley area in Onimusha 2, picking up after the initial encounters with Gingham Fatsukai and Judoma as covered on the previous page. It features a detailed map of the valley, marking key locations like the Room of Greed, Cemetery, and Illusion Forest, along with numbered points indicating item locations. The guide provides strategic points for navigating the area and overcoming its challenges. It covers a potential rematch encounter with Gingham Fatsukai within the valley's progression. A notable puzzle involves manipulating 3 Nobunaga statues in the cemetery to open a path forward. It also details the main showdown with Judoma, advising players to save beforehand in the Room of Protection and mentioning the acquisition of orbs, including the Orb of Harmony, upon her defeat. Further challenges include navigating a perilous section filled with poison mist, and a dramatic sequence where Jubei jumps into a chasm to access the next part of the area. The guide effectively breaks down the key obstacles and objectives within this specific level. This page continues the strategy guide for Onimusha 2, focusing on the branching events that occur in the Fog Hidden Valley, depending on which of Jubei's companions is currently accompanying him. It details specific event chains and their conditions for each potential partner: Kotaro, Ike, Oyu, and Magoichi. For Kotaro, the guide covers an event involving a letter and a gentle lie, triggered when Kotaro is the partner, and the relationship level is high enough. Eke's section explains the reason behind a fight that occurs if he or Magoichi is the partner. Oyu's part offers a sword technique guide, specifically for using Oyu effectively in combat, including tips on attack and defense, which triggers with Oyu as the partner, and sufficient affinity. Finally, Magoichi's entry describes an event where he fires a large cannon, detailing the time conditions and the results, applicable when Magoichi is the partner with high affinity. The page includes screenshots illustrating key moments from these partner-specific events, highlighting how the player's choice of companion significantly alters the gameplay experience in this area. This page is a deep dive into character enhancement and strategy for Xenosaga Episode 1, Der Wille zur Macht. It covers the crucial period from when Junior joins the party up through the Encephalon area, focusing on maximizing character stats and skills to prepare for the challenging battles ahead. The guide specifically highlights the importance of strengthening party members like Shion, Cosmos, Junior, and Momo, detailing methods to increase their effectiveness. A key focus is placed on breaking the typical stat limits, particularly for Ether Defense, EDEF, showing how dedication can push characters beyond their initial caps. It discusses the strategy behind prioritizing whether to invest points into core stats or unique character skills, emphasizing that both are vital, but the best approach can depend on the character and situation. Screenshots illustrate the character status screens and enhancement menus, providing visual examples of the progression and the potential for growth. This section is essential for players looking to optimize their party for the later stages of this epic RPG. This page delves into the next steps of the Xenosaga Episode I adventure, guiding players through key events and locations following the previous strategy section. It focuses on exploring the Durandal ship to find Momo, highlighting important story beats involving Shinshin, Junior, and Momo after escaping the Gnosis attack. The guide transitions to practical gameplay advice, starting with the casino passport and mastering games like slots and poker in the casino area of the Durandal, emphasizing how to earn coins effectively. It then details progression through the Foundation, where players return after events on the Durandal. This section covers navigating the area, interacting with specific characters like Pinkbug in the hotel, and locating crucial items. A major objective here is obtaining Decoder 8, tied to a wedding ring quest involving the fish detective item in the 27th Street district. Screenshots illustrate key moments, locations like the casino floor and hotel room, character interactions, and menu interfaces for items and objectives. The page also includes sections on receiving helpful email tips related to character locations and quests, as well as a specific hint for finding Pinkbug. Finally, an overflow strategy section at the bottom provides additional, slightly hidden tips for progression. This page is essential for players looking to efficiently navigate the Durandal and Foundation segments, acquire vital items like Decoder 8, and engage with side content like the casino games and Pinkbug quest.
This page continues the strategy guide for Xenosaga Episode I, focusing on progression after the events covered previously. It starts with navigating the Durandal ship, with the objective of reaching the Elsa and finding Cosmos. This section covers recovering equipment, and highlights essential items like Decoder 5 and the MSS 540 weapon. Strategy points detail, preparing AGWS units in the dock colony with Xion and Chaos, and accessing the armory for items. Next, the guide moves to the Encephalon segment, a major story point where the party splits into two groups: Junior, Momo, and Ziggy, and Xion and Chaos. The primary goal is to navigate this simulated reality, to reunite at the church. Strategy points cover both routes, noting the simpler path for Junior's group, which leads to items like Decoder 1 and the Angel Ring, and the more complex terrain encountered by Xion's group, where finding items like PM Card A is crucial but challenging. Screenshots show key moments, including Cosmos being adjusted, accessing the armory, navigating different areas within the Encephalon, and finding items. The guide provides practical advice on item locations and navigating the distinct environments of both the Durandal and Encephalon segments. A small hint at the bottom points towards finding PM Card near a specific playground area. This strategy guide for Xenosaga Episode focuses on combat encounters in the Durandal and Encephalon, as well as the Tiamat boss battle within the Durandal. The guide advises using area attacks and ether attacks, especially Junior's Wobbly Waltz, against Gelsenkirchenvieh enemies. Characters should be above level 20 in the Encephalon, area attacks, and the use of AGWS. Units are again recommended against groups of enemies like Cyclops, Troll, and Larval Worm. Prioritize Larval Worms. The Tiamat boss battle strategy emphasizes understanding turn order, destroying its parts before attacking the main body, and utilizing powerful ether attacks and AGWS. Tiamat drops the Revenge power item in BMAX circuit.
Finally, the Dillbuster enemy in the Encephalon is noted as a good source of experience and money. This page covers a strategy guide for Wild Arms Advanced 3rd, focusing on events and battles occurring on the 16th and 17th days of the journey. The section for the 16th describes cooperating with Maya, the quest for 2 stones, and hints at a connection between the prophets and Virginia's father, possibly linked to a decade-old plan found in a library search. Screenshots show dialogue scenes and character portraits. The 17th details Virginia's return home with Clive, Jet, and Gallows, investigating information found about the World Tree Project and her father's past. This leads to an encounter with Janice. The guide then discusses battling the Guardian Beast, highlighting Gallows' role and strategies for the fight against Janice, potentially involving a rematch, emphasizing tactic, and using abilities like Gallows' arms. Screenshots show dialogue, location views, and battle scenes featuring the characters and enemies. The guide also includes tips on navigating dungeons and encountering enemies.
This page continues the Wild Arms Advanced 3rd strategy guide, detailing events and battles spanning days 18 through 20. The focus shifts to investigating Nisheg Pass and confronting the mysterious Ryhalt, leading ultimately to the World Tree, Yggdrasil. The guide provides tactical tips for navigating the pass, including using Jet's boomerang for hidden targets and Gallows' abilities, as well as solving environmental puzzles like crumbling floors and block arrangements. It highlights the challenging double boss battle sequence against Ryhalt, who has unique attack patterns including reflecting damage, followed immediately by the difficult confrontation with Janice. The narrative reveals Ryhalt's motive linked to events 10 years prior, and the pursuit of the prophets. It touches upon the confusing mysteries surrounding a forgotten past, and the role of Virginia's father. This section concludes by revealing a location called Sky Exploration, and providing hints for finding items, signaling the story is rapidly approaching its final chapter. This page is a strategy guide for Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox, focusing entirely on the critical importance of mastering throws in the game. The guide argues that while simple strikes and evasion are fundamental, throws are the key to reaching the highest level of play, particularly because they deal significant damage, break through an opponent's guard, and can be used as guaranteed counter hits after blocking. The page breaks down different types of throws, including basic command throws, those focused on high damage, and initiative throws that disrupt the opponent's stance or positioning. It also explains when and how throws can or cannot be escaped, and details specific situations where throws are most effective, such as against airborne or dizzy opponents, or as a result of special conditions like being hit first or attacking from behind. Specific throw escape commands are listed. Key strategies for using throws are covered, including using them aggressively against opponents who are blocking too much, deliberately creating situations to bait the opponent into attempting a throw so you can counter it, and recognizing moments where a throw is guaranteed to land. The screenshots show characters like Kasumi, Leon, Helena, and Base executing various throws and counter throws. The guide strongly emphasizes that understanding and utilizing throws is essential for victory against skilled opponents. This page continues the Advanced Strategy Guide for Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox, delving deeper into the critical world of throw combos. The guide explains that, while throw combos can deal massive damage, opponents can often escape subsequent hits after the first part connects, making timing and execution vital. It details the mechanics of how throw combos initiate and how to input the necessary follow-up commands, illustrating this with diagrams showing the reception timing for different stages of a combo throw and escape commands. The page also points out the in-game combo throw display that assists players with the required inputs. A significant portion focuses on the character Tina Armstrong, highlighting her prowess as a powerful wrestler specializing in throws. Several of her signature throws and throw combos are showcased with screenshots, including the flying mare, pile driver, tackle, noting its wall splat potential, surfboard-style lock, German suplex and full Nelson from behind, Pars bomb against crouching opponents, and the dragon screw counter throw against mid-level attacks. The guide emphasizes the timing and specific situations for each. Additionally, two of Tina's non-throw special moves, Exploder and Diamond Cutter, are briefly covered. The page concludes with a crucial tip reinforcing the importance of understanding the throw system, reading opponent actions, and practicing throw escapes to improve overall skill in Dead or Alive 3. The next page continues, the Advanced Strategy Guide for Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox, shifting focus to several other key characters and crucial system mechanics. Character sections highlight specific throws and their applications, showing screenshots and button inputs like forward plus punch for Kasumi's Kageru throw and Genfu's Kinchifu throw, down plus forward plus punch for Yan Li's headlock, down plus forward plus punch for Helena Sosei and Takeshikami Toki throws, forward plus punch for Ayane's Nadare Guruma, and forward plus punch plus kick/punch for Leifang's Taitsurigan. The guide briefly describes the timing and situations for each technique. Beyond individual moves, the page features two advanced strategy sections. The first discusses what happens after escaping a throw, explaining that the throw escaper has an advantage and should follow up quickly, while the thrower needs to react defensively. It notes that the appropriate follow-up depends on whether the opponent was hit during the escape attempt and the resulting distance. The second strategy section covers the relationship between throw combos and high counters, revealing that high counters can deal 1.5 times their normal damage against opponents vulnerable after the initial hit of a throw combo. Characters with strong high counters like Base, Genfu, Hayabusa, and Hayat are mentioned as being particularly effective at punishing throw combo attempts in this way, leading to significantly increased damage. The page emphasizes practice for mastering these advanced concepts. The next page dives deeper into Dead or Alive 3's advanced throw game, focusing on powerful characters known for their grappling prowess, Base, Bayman, and Leon. It details their signature throws and throw combos, showing button inputs and screenshots for clarity. Bass Armstrong's section highlights his incredibly damaging throw combos like the kitchen sink, noting its effectiveness. It also covers his powerful throws from behind, including the classic Iron Claw and Atomic Drop, essential moves for controlling the opponent. Bayman's throws, such as the Kani Basami, and follow-ups from that motion, are explained, showcasing his versatile ground game. Leon's strategy centers around his transition to the dominant mount position, from throws like the mount tackle,
illustrating the numerous attack options available once mounted. The page concludes with a section on common throws shared between characters, likely Bayman and Leon given the context. This covers a variety of grappling techniques, from standing, crouching, and from behind the opponent, providing inputs and descriptions for mastering these fundamental yet effective maneuvers. It emphasizes practice for timing these complex sequences and follow-ups.
This page shifts focus to the unlockable costumes in Dead or Alive 3. It reveals some of the conditions players must meet to earn hidden outfits for their favorite characters. The game offers a wide variety of designs, from traditional looks like Kasumi's sailor school uniform to more unique styles such as Zack's shiny spacesuit or Base's rugged Viking gear. Each section on the page details a specific character and costume, outlining the required gameplay objective, which could involve clearing modes like story or sparring, or achieving specific feats in survival mode, like defeating a certain number of opponents, or performing specialized moves like throw holds. The page emphasizes that these hidden costumes are a key part of the game's replayability and charm, encouraging players to explore different modes and challenges.
This page dives deeper into Dead or Alive 3, specifically focusing on the reveal of Ryu Hayabusa's third costume. It's highlighted as a top pick by Team Ninja themselves, showcasing high-quality images of this sleek, stylish outfit. The costume appears to be a form-fitting, futuristic ninja suit, emphasizing Hayabusa's physique and agility. The page also offers a gameplay tip, recommending the Hayabusa and Hayate tag team in tag survival mode, noting their stability and revealing that clearing this mode with them is the requirement to unlock Hayabusa's new threads. Beyond the costume reveal, the page features fan interaction. There's a section called Danger Zone Extra, which seems to be a collection of reader submissions, including comments and possibly illustrations or questions related to the game. Further down, there's a showcase of reader-submitted fan art and comics, featuring various Dead or Alive characters like Tina, Kasumi, and others, often depicting them in different outfits or comedic situations. These sections highlight the vibrant fan community surrounding the game, sharing their love for the characters, and contributing their own creative takes. The page encourages more submissions, indicating ongoing fan engagement features. This page focuses on a strategy guide for the last boss of Castle of Shikigami on the Xbox. It details the final confrontation against the boss known as Shujo, the girl, highlighting that she is the last challenge and her attacks are fierce, making direct confrontation difficult. The guide emphasizes evasion and navigating the complex bullet patterns. The page features striking character art of the girl, described as an impossibly beautiful entity who is actually a spider demon. It teases that her secret will be revealed, adding to the game's lore. A significant portion is dedicated to a step-by-step breakdown of the boss fight through a series of numbered screenshots, 1 through 14. These images illustrate the various phases of the battle and the different bullet types and formations the boss employs, such as multi-directional shots, pink exploding bullets, and large circular patterns. The accompanying text provides tactical advice for each phase, explaining how to dodge specific attacks and when to use Shikigami powers for maximum effect. It also mentions how options can be destroyed and where the boss positions itself. This is a detailed tactical breakdown for players aiming to conquer the final challenge.
This page continues the strategy guide for Castle of Shikigami on the Xbox, focusing on the later stages of the game as you head towards the ending. It provides detailed tactical breakdowns for navigating difficult bullet patterns and defeating enemies in stages 51, 52, and 53. The guide is presented with numerous screenshots, illustrating specific moments of gameplay, showing player position relative to enemy fire and incoming threats. For Section 52, there are 13 steps showing how to handle intense multi-directional attacks and destroy enemy cores. Section 53 details 10 steps for surviving dense bullet barrages and outlines when best to use your Shikigami special attacks during critical moments or when safe windows appear. Separate point sections offer specific tips. Point 1 for Stage 51 focuses on dodging techniques against particular enemy formations, emphasizing precise movement. Point 2 for Stage 52 provides advice on managing item collection, specifically gold coins dropped by enemies, while dealing with persistent threats and finding brief moments of safety. There's also a brief tip section encouraging players to focus on scoring, suggesting certain characters might be more suitable for high-score runs, particularly for players new to the game on Xbox compared to arcade veterans. The overall tone highlights the challenging nature of the final stages and provides step-by-step visual and textual guidance to help players overcome these intense bullet hell segments and reach the shocking conclusion.
This page delves deeper into the world of Castle of Shikigami on Xbox, providing a detailed profile for one of the main characters, Kan Taisei. We learn he's a 27-year-old exorcist who also teaches Taekwondo during the day. The current story sees him pursuing a murderer, and his background involves connections to the police and the Yakuza, which have put him in trouble. Personality-wise, he's described as serious, straightforward, and uncomfortable around women, preferring male companions.
The page also offers strategy tips for specific stages.
The 11th section focuses on the early game, giving advice on initial movement, using your Shikigami special attacks effectively against groups of enemies, and positioning for scoring opportunities in the first level. It even mentions the potential for high scores early on. The 43 section tackles a later, more difficult stage, detailing how to navigate intense bullet patterns, use your Shikigami for both offense and defense, and adapt your strategy based on incoming threats. Finally, there's a description of the Neo Sword, Shikigami, presented as a powerful, agile weapon rooted in Buddhist theology, stating its effectiveness in combat. The one-point tip briefly highlights the value of using special attacks strategically for scoring or survival in tough spots.
This page continues the deep dive into Castle of Shikigami, shifting focus to general strategy tips, specific tactical advice for challenging situations, and profiling a key character. The strategy section offers valuable pointers on using a character's special attack effectively, particularly for scoring high points or escaping tight spots filled with enemy fire. It highlights tactics for dealing with boss bullet patterns, and how to position yourself safely while maximizing damage. The page also introduces one of the game's powerful Shikigami, the Seikyu NP01, describing it as highly effective, especially against bosses, and noting its distinctive blue-white appearance. Following this is a profile for a mysterious character, likely known as Alpha, whose full details like age or origin are unknown, as indicated in her character file. Her story is tied to the game's narrative, depicting her as an immortal being with telekinetic and telepathic abilities, who was rescued from a closed space and now wanders across multiple worlds pursuing the enigmatic organization Septentrion, all while seeking her lost master. The article emphasizes her significance as a symbolic, mysterious figure associated with Alpha Systems' works, whose true identity is hinted at through conversations with bosses in the game. This page focuses on the Xbox version of Onimusha, Warlords, diving into strategies for the final boss battles and revealing hidden elements. The article provides a detailed walkthrough covering the fights against Hecuba, Marcellus Kai, and the final boss, Fortinbras. It offers tactical advice for each encounter, including how to approach Hecuba's aerial attacks and adds, stressing the importance of timing attacks and blocking effectively. The strategy then moves to the enhanced version of Marcellus, highlighting his speed-based attacks and suggesting counters using magic. Finally, for Fortinbras, it advises players to learn his attack patterns and look for tells to maximize damage opportunities and avoid his devastating magical assaults. The page also includes a small diagram illustrating parts of the Genma realm area, showing locations relevant to progression, and features screenshots of each boss alongside strategy notes. This page unveils all the hidden elements and provides comprehensive strategies for Onimusha on Xbox. It kicks off by detailing how to unlock special titles or ranks by completing the game under specific conditions, like speedruns or using certain items. Then it spills the beans on hidden goodies, including the powerful great armor weapon and special costumes for Samanosuke, like the fan-favorite panda suit, and Kaid, available after clearing certain requirements. There's a significant section dedicated to conquering the Phantom Realm, the game's challenging optional dungeon. It walks you through navigating the floors, mentions the types of demons you'll face, and highlights the objective of reaching the bottom. The boss awaiting you down there is the Dark Spirit, and the guide provides tips for taking it down. It also covers the appearance condition for the unique soul enemy, which offers valuable rewards, and gives a brief strategy for defeating it. Finally, the page reveals how to unlock the challenging Ultimate mode by clearing the game on both normal and hard difficulties. There are lists of enemies and required points for the Phantom Realm floors, offering tactical breakdowns without getting bogged down in excessive detail. It's a treasure trove for players looking to fully complete the game and tackle its toughest challenges. This page provides a detailed strategy guide for the early stages of the Dreamcast RPG, Card of Destiny, Integrator of Light and Darkness, specifically covering the first 2 episodes of the game's prologue. It starts by giving essential tips for navigating the initial trials, including advice on tackling early enemies and recommending a target level for players. The guide then dives into the good story path with Act 1, titled Sudden Attack, Kingdom of Vold. It outlines the progression,
starting with the protagonist becoming a knight and undertaking a mission in the Kingdom of Vold. This section includes a flowchart showing the sequence of locations players will visit and details the boss encounter for this act against the character Claude. Additionally, the page covers an optional detour area, the Lapis Desert, challenging players to solve its mystery. It offers a movement guide to help navigate the area and lists the types of enemies found there, including the Skull Knight and others. Completing this detour leads to obtaining the Lapis Villa Guardia card, introducing new strategic options. There's also an event section detailing the process of escorting the character Mina. Overall, it's a solid walkthrough for getting players started in the game's narrative and exploring some early optional content. This page delves further into the strategy for Card of Destiny, integrator of light and darkness, starting with a detailed explanation of how to create and customize your Guardia units using the slot system, covering both attributes and special traits crucial for building effective forces. The guide then moves on to Act 2 of the Good Story path, titled Awakening of the Prophet, which takes place within Lufina's palace. It outlines the progression through various locations within the palace, leading players through areas with tricky navigation challenges like moving floors and hidden passages, providing tips to overcome them. The page also lists the enemies you'll face, including standard types and key boss encounters like Ladidia and the tough Bloodplate. The section is dedicated to special swords, detailing their effects and how they fit into the Guardia system. The guide also touches upon key story events in the Vold Kingdom, involving characters like Shira and Vold, providing insights into the unfolding narrative. Finally, it mentions the potent Exclude Creation Sword, hinting at powerful options available to players. This page celebrates the resurgence of Sega action games in 2002, spearheaded by the release of JSRF, Jet Set Radio Future, and Gun Valkyrie on the Xbox. The feature highlights how Sega's action game spirit is burning bright again with these titles. The page looks back at Sega's history in the genre, mentioning the peak era on Mega Drive with titles like Sonic the Hedgehog, the shift on Saturn with games like Clockwork Knight, and the innovative period on Dreamcast leading up to these new releases. It delves into the two main titles. JSRF, Jet Set Radio Future, is praised for its stylish visuals, expansive stages, and fluid grinding gameplay, building on the unique foundation of the original Jet Set Radio. Gun Valkyrie is presented as a challenging but rewarding experience, focusing on its distinct aerial combat system that offers incredible freedom of movement once players master its controls. The page expresses excitement that these games continue Sega's legacy of creating unique and engaging action experiences on new hardware. This page continues the exploration of Sega's action game legacy, focusing on three standout titles from the Sega Saturn era: Panzer Dragoon, Nights into Dreams, and Burning Rangers. It positions these games as examples of the unique action experiences Sega offered during that period. Panzer Dragoon is highlighted as a pioneering rail shooter known for its distinctive world and atmosphere, featuring images of its iconic dragon and enemies. Nights into Dreams is praised for its innovative 3D flight mechanics and dreamlike setting, showcasing screenshots of the game's vibrant visuals. Burning Rangers is described as a unique rescue action game where players brave burning buildings to save civilians, featuring images of the character and gameplay. The page also includes a user survey about action games.
It summarizes player habits, revealing that many users actively play the genre. Reasons for not playing often include perceived difficulty. When asked which studio they'd like to see make action games, Sonic Team was the top choice. The survey also lists various action games users have played recently, and those they are looking forward to, covering a wide range of titles across different systems. The inclusion of older magazine covers featuring Panzer Dragoon and Knights emphasizes their historical significance and how they were promoted in the past. This page dives into the legacy of Sega's action games by focusing on Jet Set Radio Future for the Xbox. It's presented as a game that truly inherits Sega's traditional action spirit and is a highly federated title you should definitely play. The article praises its perfectly crafted sandbox world, highlighting the freedom to grind and explore detailed 3D environments while tagging graffiti. It also commends the thoroughly refined operability, making movement intuitive and integrating the level design into the gameplay flow. The feature touches upon specific areas in the game, like Haikage Street, Kibugaoka, and Faro Park, describing the unique challenges and opportunities for stylish maneuvers in each. It also gives a nod to the Dreamcast original, Jet Set Radio, reminding readers of its groundbreaking style and music. An interview with director Masayoshi Kikuchi
reveals his perspective on transitioning the series to 3Ds and how it changed the feel of the action. He mentions his influences, including Burning Rangers and The Legend of Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, showing the diverse inspirations behind the game's unique action.
This page continues the focus on games inheriting Sega's action legacy, this time highlighting Gun Valkyrie for the Xbox. The article positions it as a title that delivers a profound sense of achievement through its unique control scheme and challenging action gameplay. Longtime action fans will find a rewarding experience here, reminiscent of classic Sega difficulty. The game features intense boss battles, with a section detailing strategy for the first major encounter against Dihilum, suggesting targeting its weak points and dodging its attacks. An interview with director Tadashi Ihoroi discusses the game's design philosophy, emphasizing the need for players to rely on intuition in the fast-paced action. He acknowledges the game's difficulty, but sees it as an intentional challenge designed to provide a deeply satisfying experience, going against current trends towards easier gameplay. Smilebit's representative comments on original titles like Gun Valkyrie, viewing them as essential nutritional supplements for the industry, driving innovation, and providing unique experiences that complement more traditional genres. The overall impression is that Gun Valkyrie is a hardcore action game that demands skill but richly rewards players looking for a true challenge from Sega's action masters. This page dives into the world of the Open Dice online service for Dreamcasts, highlighting a special promotion for the release of Guru Guru Onsen 3. Described as a casual online board game, the article emphasizes the social aspects and the fun of customizing your avatar. A key feature is the onsen fishing minigame, where players can change their fishing gear and bait to catch different fish. The page also details how to earn new cosmetic parts for Guru Guru Onsen 3 by playing the game itself or other compatible online titles. It lists various ways to obtain items like shirts, hairstyles, or decorative objects through specific actions within the games. Other Open Dice compatible software featured this month includes Guru Guru Onsen 2 Dreamcast version and the online modes of Sakura Taisen Online, Long Days in the Imperial Capital, and Elegant Days in Paris. Additionally, there's news about downloadable parts for April being universally usable across all Open Dice titles, and a call for players to request the revival of their favorite chat rooms, demonstrating the community focus of the service. The section includes screenshots of the downloadable items and the in-game chat interface. The next page jumps into the online world of Sakura Taisen Online via the Open Dice service, detailing the major events happening throughout April. It kicks off by encouraging players to conquer the April events, including acquiring new partners and exchanging name cards, which is a popular social activity in the game. There's a focus on the springtime theme with mentions of flower viewing events. The page also hints at upcoming talk shows and provides strategic tips for gameplay within the online modes. The main highlight is the lineup of Open Dice competitions. The Hana Yashiki Koi Koi competition is featured, where players compete in the traditional Japanese card game, Koi Koi. Alongside this is the 6th Overwork Grand Prix, which seems to involve competition in Guru Guru Onsen 2, or Zaku Zaku Onsen, popular games available through the Open Dice service. Both events promise rewards for top players. The page even offers advice on how to win these competitions, emphasizing strategy and teamwork, showing the depth of the online community. This page is a reader submission corner featuring tips and tricks submitted by readers. It focuses on uncovering hidden elements in 2 popular games. The first section delves into Genma Onimusha for the Xbox, detailing how to unlock various difficulty modes like difficult, very difficult, and the ultimate Onimusha mode by meeting specific conditions such as clearing the game within a certain time limit or collecting specific items like fluorite. It also mentions unlocking special titles and even joke costumes like a panda outfit for the Left Horseman special, adding a bit of fun to the challenging gameplay. The second major feature covers Air Force Delta 2, a fantastic flight combat sim. This part reveals the conditions for unlocking iconic planes from other Konami titles. You can acquire aircraft based on the Twin Bee, Gradius, Ajax, and Space Bomber by clearing specific missions, achieving high kill counts in chapters, and accessing new flight routes. These unique planes come with their own BGM, a cool nod to their original games and a highlight for any Konami fan. The page also outlines the rules for readers to submit their own game tips and tricks via postcard, and mentions the prizes available for accepted submissions, encouraging community interaction, and the sharing of gaming knowledge. This page is the PC Information Bureau section of the magazine, dedicated to covering PC games likely relevant to the Dreamcast audience. The main illustration features a relaxed anime girl lying down with a large plush toy, surrounded by boxes, perhaps hinting at a move or a cozy, lived-in space, adding a touch of personality to the section. The content listing highlights several upcoming or recently released PAC titles. We see previews for games like Angelic Veil, described as an authentic simulation RPG from a new developer, and Kikogai, a title focusing on a man's fierce battle for revenge. Also covered is the popular visual novel Utawe Rumono, with details about its release date and further information. For fans of online games, there's news about a new chapter opening for Enix's online RPG, Deep Fantasy, specifically covering its Kingdom of Twilight power-up kit. Finally, the page lists information on Angelic Serenade, presented as the story of a girl and a paradise. The top right corner features light-hearted banter between the editorial bureau members, chatting about moving before getting down to work. This page dives into the PC title Angelic Veil, presented as an authentic fantasy simulation RPG from the new developer Chrome 6. As mentioned on the previous page, this preview expands on what was listed there. The story is set decades after a civil war divided a kingdom, now facing internal strife. The preview introduces the main characters. Oregiel, a military academy graduate, Fio, his childhood friend, and Queen Elise of the divided kingdom, who becomes involved in a mysterious incident. The narrative follows these characters as they navigate political intrigue and historical events. The page highlights the beautiful graphics and compelling story, focusing on the charm of the characters. Screenshots display the game's event scenes, featuring 3D character models during conversations and some tactical battle visuals, emphasizing that player choices and dialogue impact the flow of events. The preview emphasizes the focus on the characters and the strategic simulation gameplay. This page continues the deep dive into the PC title Angelic Veil. Following up on the introduction from the previous page, it's shaping up to be a compelling fantasy simulation RPG from the new team at Chrome 6. The game blends strategic map movement, where you plan routes and objectives, with dynamic, tactical battles presented in impressive full 3D. Combat unfolds suddenly based on map actions, and success hinges on effectively forming units with your commanders and developing their unique skills. The preview introduces more of the main cast, beautifully illustrated alongside their voice actors. We meet Lucian, a noble daughter serving the palace with a strong inherent ability, Yuzuriha, a gentle martial artist from the east alienated from the military despite her skills, and Lubeck, the mentor to Oregiel and Fio, living a quiet life after the kingdom's collapse. The grand narrative spans 23 chapters, kicking off with a royal assassination and the ensuing war, focusing on preserving your comrades through careful strategy. The entire story is fully voiced by a luxurious cast, promising an immersive experience. The developer mentions this is their first major title, and they are putting their all into making a high-quality game, with depth in both story and strategy, aiming to satisfy players. Get ready, because this spring, your very own fantasy RPG is set to arrive. This page presents a feature on the PC game, Ame no Furishikiru, focusing on its protagonist and core conflict. The game stars Kong Taoluo, a Shura consumed by revenge, and known as the Shiden Shao. He is a cyborg martial artist, on a mission to hunt down 5 powerful individuals, referred to as the 5 Majin. The article touches upon the game's martial arts system, described as twofold, encompassing outer strength and inner strength, illustrated with dynamic poses. We are introduced to several key characters who appear to be among the targets. Zhu Xiaoyan, the figure associated with Konggu Ropi, Wu Rongcheng, Liu Haojun, and Kengu Xin, each with their own ominous-sounding epithets. This Nitro Plus title from 2002 looks like an action-packed journey of vengeance, with a focus on unique characters and intricate combat mechanics. This page delves into the cyberpunk wuxia world of Kikokugai, the Phantom Slayer, a visual novel set in the gritty, rain-soaked demonic city of Shanghai. The striking artwork depicts protagonist Kong Taoluo, a cyborg martial artist driven by vengeance, as he hunts down the powerful 5 fiends. The large text highlights the protagonist's transformation and his echoing lament. As a visual novel, the game emphasizes its narrative, featuring player choices and atmospheric sound design to immerse you in its unique blend of futuristic technology and traditional martial arts themes. Developed by Nitro Plus, this title, originally released on PIC, brings a dark,
action-packed story of revenge to life through its compelling visuals and intense premise. This page features the PC title Utawe Rumono, an adventure and simulation RPG from Leaf. The main headline highlights the game's party members as lively and gorgeous. The article discusses the story of Hakuoro and his companions becoming a rebel army, detailing the premise of their journey and the circumstances leading to their uprising against oppressive rule. 2 specific party members are introduced: Karura, a freedom-loving swordsman, and Tuka, a wandering warrior. A small screenshot shows the grid-based tactical battle system, indicating the simulation RPG gameplay alongside the adventure elements, where character interactions are presented using chip-style sprites during dialogue scenes. The information box confirms the game's genre and lists the release date as April 26th. This page continues the look at the adventure and simulation RPG Utawe Rumono. It introduces more members of Hakuoro's growing rebel army. Featured are the twin siblings, Gurafa and Dori, described as 2 halves of a whole, with identical actions and thinking patterns. We also see Kamu, depicted in a mysterious, fantastical scene under the moonlight, hinting at an important, possibly tragic, event. Uzaha is introduced as a sickly character, born weak, but with a calm expression despite her condition. Urutori, a priestess and Kamu's sister, is shown tenderly holding a baby alongside Karura, highlighting her gentle and warm nature despite her noble status. The article delves into the simulation gameplay, explaining that the core is minimizing friendly damage and efficiently defeating enemies. A crucial element is understanding each character's forte or preferred attack range and capabilities. Screenshots demonstrate the grid-based battles. The game features dramatic attack effects with screen zooms and unique character animations, adding flair to combat. Finally, a section titled Peace reveals a separate mode for character growth. This mini-RPG involves navigating maze-like maps, encountering enemies, and earning points to upgrade abilities, providing a dedicated way to strengthen the party outside of the main story battles. This page features the online PC RPG Depth Fantasia, highlighting a major update titled Golden Kingdom, and announcing its release in May 2002. The article describes the game as a significant domestic online RPG since its launch in December of the previous year, now adding completely new elements with this power-up kit. The main story section, titled What Happened in the Kingdom of Doros, isolated on Lythos Island, sets the scene. It mentions the island of Lythos, rich in Lythos gems, and the neighboring kingdom of Doros. The narrative involves monsters destroying the trading port, connecting the island and the mainland, forcing the kingdom to deploy forces and seal off Lythos Island. Adventurers are now tasked with repelling the monsters and uncovering the mystery. A screenshot shows characters battling enemies in a field setting, reflecting the game's battle scenes. The page also introduces new elements like new professions, new skills. It mentions that the update adds new character classes to the existing 20, focusing on professions not previously available. This includes the Elementalist, who excels in manipulating elemental attributes, and the Vampire, who can drain HP to recover SP. These new classes bring different abilities and skill sets, adding variety to character development. This page delves deeper into the massive Golden Kingdom update for the online RPG Depth Fantasia. It showcases the exciting high-level skills players can now acquire, including powerful new abilities like transforming into an undead form as a Kabbalist, summoning golems, or setting strategic traps as a scout. The update also introduces potent skills for established classes, like the Summoner gaining the ability to call forth a dragon. A major overhaul to the guild system is highlighted, transforming guild wars into battles over guild castles. These castles create dangerous contested zones, emphasizing member contribution for control and growth. As a perk, guild members now gain access to personalized My Rooms, allowing players to decorate their own space within the game world, bringing a new level of personal expression. The page also teases that new professions will bring significant changes to character appearances, suggesting more visual variety for players looking to create a unique avatar. The commentary notes the visual flair of the new appearances and the anticipation of building a new self in the game. This page features the PC game As, developed by Kogato Studio. Described as a magic instrument adventure game, As combines a narrative-driven experience with a unique music action part gameplay style. In this rhythm game segment, players perform by timing button presses to musical notes displayed on screen, utilizing the magical instrument known as Foltale. The story centers around a protagonist who encounters a lonely young girl, exploring themes of the power of song and fate's melody. Key characters featured include Rusty Phasern, Salia Wines, Fear Notes, and Arde Thema, all depicted with character portraits. Screenshots showcase both the adventure game portions, featuring character dialogue and scenes, and the rhythm game interface. The game also includes a free play mode for the music sections, allowing players to enjoy performing regardless of difficulty. It's a blend of visual novel-style adventure and musical performance. This page is a special extra edition from the PC Information Bureau, focusing on the GameSpot website. It highlights GameSpot as a source for daily, updated, comprehensive game news. A dialogue discusses the speed at which news is delivered and the variety of content available, including downloadable movies and graphics. The page explains that GameSpot covers a wide range of game news across different platforms, with an easy-to-navigate interface featuring platform icons. It also notes the ability to search old articles and event coverage. Sections detail specific content on GameSpot, such as game introductions, where movie previews can be watched for titles like Green Green. There's also a focus on downloadable graphics, including wallpapers and illustrations from series like Gaga and other original content, with several character images displayed. The page also briefly mentions a section spotlighting unusual content and a vignette about the daily life of a GameSpot reporter. It positions GameSpot as a valuable resource for gamers looking for up-to-date information and multimedia content. This page dives deep into the upcoming arcade title, Guilty Gear X2. The page is dominated by dynamic screenshots and character artwork, showcasing the game's signature high-energy style and character designs. A major highlight is the focus on the impressive opening animation, touted as industry-leading quality. The images feature key characters like Soul Bad Guy, KY Kisuke, Milia Rage, and many others in action poses from the opening sequence. The article discusses the game's smooth development, mentioning ongoing location tests and final adjustments are underway. Features like the devastating instant kills and the completed versus demos are also highlighted, promising exciting gameplay. A message from producer Daisuke Ishiwatari confirms that development is progressing favorably, incorporating feedback from players during location tests to aim for an even higher quality game than its predecessor. The game is specified as a 2D fighting game running on Sammy's Naomi board and was scheduled for an arcade launch in May 2002, utilizing a lever and 5 buttons. There's also a small note about new characters appearing in the Versus demo, hinting at the game's expanded roster, with speculation about new characters like Dizzy. This page continues its look at the upcoming arcade release, Guilty Gear X2, shifting focus from the opening demo to key gameplay changes that will impact battles. A major point highlighted is the return of the pursuit recovery system from earlier Guilty Gear games, allowing for more strategic options after knocking an opponent down, including the possibility of receiving hits before getting back up. The article then dives deep into the brand new system, Psych Burst. This mechanic is presented as a significant addition that will greatly deepen the strategic mind games between players. An analysis breaks down the merits and demerits of using the Psych Burst, noting its benefit of providing recovery time upon activation, but also its vulnerability if the burst misses. The page showcases various applications for Psych Burst through screenshots featuring characters like Soul Bad Guy and KY Kisuke, illustrating its use for emergency evasion during combos, as a strategic option after a dust attack, adding variations to wake-up attacks, and even as a tool to bait and counter an opponent's activation. The emphasis is on how mastering this new system will be crucial for competitive play.
This page dives deeper into the upcoming arcade fighter, Guilty Gear X2, shifting focus to the returning cast and the changes they've undergone, alongside new character illustrations by Daisuke Ishiwatari. While the new characters get attention, it's highlighted that the familiar faces also have significant updates to their battle styles. We see a rundown of changes for many fan-favorite fighters. Soul Bad Guy gets additions to his Bandit Revolver and Bandit Bringer. KY Kisuke sees improvements to his Greed Sever and a faster stun edge. May's Dust Attack is noted as becoming more effective. Milia Rage's Lust Shaker gets a visual overhaul. Zato 1, now known as Eddie, gains a wealth of new techniques including air attacks and ground teleports. Potemkin's Hammerfall is made more versatile, with the ability to stop it short for pressure. Chip Zanuff's Alpha Blade now knocks down, and he gains new attacks branching from his Beta Blade. Faust adds a new air bomb, and sees changes to attacks from his unique, pointy punch. Aiken's overall offense is strengthened, with adjustments to her tatami counter setups and guard cancel mechanics. Finally,
Axel Low gains a crucial new low attack and variable range options. The page clearly aims to show that Guilty Gear X2 isn't just about new systems. The developers have put significant effort into evolving the gameplay for the existing roster, promising fresh strategies and matchups.
Guilty Gear X2 features a revamped roster with updated movesets and strategic depth. New characters like Bridget utilize yo-yo pressure, Slayer showcases vampire abilities with dashes and through opponent attacks, Zappa relies on possession and spirit summons, and Ino excels in aerial combat. Returning characters also see changes. Jamkura Doberi gains new moves, Anji Mito gets new guard point techniques, Johnny adds the Divine Blade, Venom's projectiles evolve, Testament's Gravedigger launches opponents higher, and Dizzy's Bubbles offer offensive opportunities. These updates aim to provide veterans with fresh strategies, while offering diverse playstyles with the new characters, promising a significantly evolved fighting game experience.
This page kicks off an intensive training session for aspiring and veteran pilots of Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force. Presented as a lesson between an instructor and a student named Fran, it dives deep into advanced combat techniques. The focus here is mastering target switching and effectively using the no-lock state to unleash unpredictable attacks and control firing direction. The guide breaks down how changing targets might action creates varying trajectories for your shots, adding a layer of tactical depth. It clearly explains the three main firing modes based on your lock-on status: locking onto the primary target, switching lock to another target, or fighting completely unlocked. Each state offers unique advantages and firing patterns, crucial for dominating the virtual battlefield. Screenshots illustrate the concepts being discussed, showing off the sleek mechs and intense combat of Virtual Battle Force. It's a vital read for anyone looking to elevate their game beyond just simple lock-and-fire tactics. The next page continues the intensive Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force training with instructor and Ron. Checkpoint 2 tackles the tricky situation of having two enemy virtuoids lined up. The lesson here is that the optimal target isn't always the closest one. It depends on your tactical goal, whether you want to hit the front enemy or bypass them to strike the one behind. Screenshots illustrate successfully hitting both the front and rear targets based on positioning and lock strategy. Checkpoint 3 dives deeper into utilizing the no-lock state, emphasizing how it grants pilots precise aiming control not possible with a full lock. The instructor highlights its effectiveness for unexpected attacks, such as shooting an enemy right as you land from a jump, or targeting distant foes with accuracy. This section demonstrates the power of breaking lock for strategic strikes.
The page also briefly touches on how the no-lock state affects overall movement and aiming precision. Finally, there's a valuable chart reviewing various virtuoids like Temjin, Feiyin, Raiden, and others, indicating which ones are particularly effective when using no-lock attacks, and which rely more on standard lock-on combat, detailing compatibility with different weapon types. It's a crucial guide for mastering each machine's potential. This page is an essential guide to the special missions found in Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force. It explains that these unique challenges, distinct from standard combat, can be accessed via the Vaughn 4-card terminal, or occasionally through emergency calls. You'll learn how to register and initiate these missions, including the basic combat lecture, which serves as fundamental training. The rules for special missions are laid out. They are strictly one-player events, and while you won't face continuity penalties upon defeat, your AI partner Virtuoid is fixed and may not offer significant assistance. The guide provides crucial strategy points for battling the Crepu's specific AI patterns in these missions, advising pilots to utilize AI commands and adapt their targeting, suggesting that jump attacks and quick close combat are often effective. It also mentions that special items appear in these missions, which differ from standard items and likely unlock further content. The page details various limited situation scenarios, special training missions that impose restrictions, such as limiting weapon use or disabling the HUD, pushing pilots to refine their skills under challenging conditions. It's a vital resource for any pilot looking to conquer Virtual On Force's deepest challenges. The next page delves deeper into the challenging special missions of Cyber Troopers Virtual On Force, providing specific strategies for various scenarios. It breaks down several mission types, highlighting their unique rules and objectives. You'll find guides for missions like the Emergency Interception Command, which emphasizes evasion and quick elimination, and the Forced Reconnaissance Command, where destroying enemies is key alongside gathering data. There's also a Solo Reconnaissance Command, a tough challenge where you're on your own with no repair options. Special order missions are detailed, including the Shadow Ambush,
requiring you to retrieve a downed pilot while facing off against a special, powerful shadow unit. Another section covers the Vicious Beast Yolande ambush, where you must destroy phantom Yolande units before they become fully corporeal, and a later mission ramps this up to a multiple Yolande ambush. The page also offers crucial tactical advice and sidebars, warning about incredibly high enemy attack power in certain missions, particularly from shadow types, and stressing the importance of prioritizing evasion. It covers handicap battles, where you face two enemies, and emphasizes that destroying the enemy leader is often the top priority in these unbalanced fights. Finally, it touches on the daunting final battle against two powerful Yolande units, stating this requires using every bit of your skill. Completing these missions yields items like V-discs and V-crystals, vital for progression.
It's clear these missions are designed to push pilots to their absolute limits.
The next page presents Sega's lineup of exciting arcade prizes, spotlighted at the AOU 2002 Amusement Expo. Dubbed Prize Getter Take Chan's Prize Paradise, the feature focuses on the new offerings hitting arcades from July through September. It captures the buzz of the event and the opportunity to see these upcoming items firsthand. Among the highlights are a Pikmin Super Jumbo plush available in April, and July releases, including a limited Neon Genesis Evangelion Water Scene high-grade figure, plush toys based on Tokyo Mew Mew, and collection Yukata figures from Love Hina. The page also teases prizes riding in on the spring breeze, such as high-grade figures from Sakura Wars and Love Hina, playful Nyankemaki straps, a Hisatsu Shigatonen scene plush, the memorable Madama Oyaji plush from Gege no Kitaro, and Daiji I Chariot mug cups. A brief section touches upon standard prizes from March to April, encompassing various items like plush toys, figures, and straps, from beloved series like In a Panman, Doraemon, Sesame Street, Looney Tunes, and Parappa the Rapper. This page gives fans a clear preview of the diverse and appealing prizes they could aim for. The next page continues showcasing the exciting lineup of arcade prizes, focusing on items scheduled for release from July through September, and also highlighting some available in March and April. For the summer months, expect highly detailed figures from classic series like Fist of the North Star, Virtua Fighter 4, Sakura Wars 4, and Ah My Goddess, as well as Tiger Mask bottle cap figures. Plush toys featuring characters from Azumanga Daioh and the Adventurous Flying Boat are also coming, alongside Daiji I Chariot minifigures, Mew Mystery mobile straps, and a striking high-grade robot figure. The page also features a special section for March and April prizes, putting the spotlight on beloved Disney properties. These include a large plush of the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, a detailed figure of the Nautilus submarine from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and playful items like 101 Dalmatian slippers and Mickey and Minnie body bags and plush toys. A list confirms the March and April Disney collection included a wide array of items featuring various characters beyond those pictured, such as Winnie the Pooh, Toy Story, Bambi, and classic Disney characters, available as plush toys, figures, and other accessories. The next page dives into the world of high-quality hobby items, showcasing various figures and model kits for collectors. Featured are action dolls from the Neo Cool Girl series, including an astronaut, a cyborg version, and Gatchaman's G3, all highly detailed and posable. Plastic model kit enthusiasts can look forward to the master-grade Master Gundam, known for its intricate detail and articulation, perfect for recreating dynamic poses. For serious modelers, the page presents detailed resin cast kits of military vehicles like the E-79Bs and his two tanks, alongside kits based on the Gulliver Boy series. A fun section highlights palm-sized super alloy figures from classic robot shows, including Gold Lightning, Combattler V, Mazinger Z, Great Mazinger, and even Kamen Rider, offering collectible metal figures. There's also a finished toy of the popular character Hero from Mobile Suit Gundam, adding a touch of unique artistry. A detailed miniature plastic kit depicting a scene from Obake Zaka Public Park is shown, complete with figures and environmental details, allowing enthusiasts to build a charming diorama. The page also mentions anticipation for upcoming hobby events like Wonder Festival, promising new reveals from various manufacturers. The next page shifts focus to high-quality collectible figures and models spanning classic tokusatsu and popular video games. Featured prominently are detailed action figures of the Space Iron Men Kyodane, Skyzel, and Granzel, alongside items related to Five-Man from the Super Sentai series. For fighting game enthusiasts, there's a stunning figure of Chun-Li from Street Fighter, and a resin kit for Mai Shiranui from the Fatal Fury or King of Fighters series. A significant portion discusses Epoch/Careworks' commitment to releasing game character figures globally, highlighting figures like Soul Bad Guy and KY Kisk from Guilty Gear, Lilith Ascensland from Darkstalkers, and Honey from Fighting Vipers, noting the care taken in sculpting and production. The page also shows off collectible candy toys, featuring characters from Future Boy Conan and adorable capsule toys based on Animal Crossing, demonstrating the range of hobby items available for fans. This page features the Analog Channel Digital Channel segment, welcoming guest Mr. Kichinzo, the shopkeeper of Dendendo, and a fan of the Mystery Dungeon series, specifically Mystery Dungeon.
Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka Kenzan. On Dreamcast, the topic for this installment is wanting to become a prince. The bulk of the page is dedicated to a comic strip following novice rescue team members in a scenario clearly referencing Asuka Kenzan's gameplay. We see characters named Uzu and Maki-chan navigating dungeon floors, discussing ranks, and the challenging reality of rescue missions, highlighting the difficulty encountered even on seemingly low floors like 15F. The comic captures the sometimes overwhelming nature of the game's dungeons, despite initial appearances. Side notes: identify Uzu as the illustrator, who created a character for a Shiren challenge, and Maki-chan as a friend and magician, joining in the Asuka challenge. This page continues the comic strip from the previous page, focusing on the trials and tribulations of novice players attempting rescue missions in the challenging roguelike mystery dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden,
Swordswoman Asuka Kenzan.
For the Dreamcast, the comic follows the characters Uzu, the editor-artist Kururi-san, and Maki-chan, likely the player Furai Maki from the thank you message, as they take on a rescue request for a character named Ruri, who proclaims himself a prince. Despite being a seemingly simple beginner dungeon on floor 6F, the Prince Ruri quickly falls in battle, lamenting the loss of his highly upgraded Dautanuki sword, +99. The comic humorously depicts the confusion and frustration of the rescuers, who succeed in the rescue but return almost empty-handed due to item loss themselves. The rescued prince is depicted as cheerful and somewhat oblivious to the trouble caused, even teasing his rescuer about being late, leading to the ultimate punchline, "Prince disqualified." The editor, Kururi-san, finds the novices, and the prince's, struggles in the dungeon irresistibly funny, capturing the relatable experience of unexpected difficulty and item loss that is a hallmark of the Mystery Dungeon series. The page includes a web address for the editor's homepage. This page features the comic strip, Guru Guru Creature, Episode 67 Mom's Delivery. The page also introduces the main characters of the strip, Guru Guru, a young aspiring scientist, and his created creatures, Aoi-chan and Henteko, Oji-san, Usagi Goze, and Ogu-kun. The comic depicts the arrival of a mysterious package from the Mizuno store, sparking curiosity among the creatures. Guru cautions them not to open it, as it belongs to his mother, whose recent bad mood seems to concern him. The episode takes a wild turn, when Guru Guru, armed with goggles and a syringe gun, confronts Ogu-kun, who appears to have transformed into a much larger creature, likely emerging from the package, leading to an explosive confrontation. This page features the continuing comic strip, Guru Guru Creature, Episode 67 Mom's Delivery. Following up on the mysterious package from the previous page, the characters are shown receiving the large box, which causes a chaotic mess upon being opened. After the initial excitement, things become quiet, and some characters fall asleep amidst the clutter. When they finally investigate what was inside, they discover various items, including books and what appear to be strange objects. The strip concludes with the characters in a classroom setting, where Guru Guru's tendency to nap is pointed out. The page also provides profiles for some of the characters in the strip. We see introductions for Motoi-kun, described as a ghost-type creature born from backpack contents, and Danta-kun, a shell-type creature known for being surprisingly rough despite a quiet appearance. Also profiled is John Pkun, a watchdog-type creature who absorbs dark energy and strange smells, and Okinawan Sensei, an insurance agent from Hell who is knowledgeable about curses and the occult. At the bottom of the page there is a link to the homepage for Uesaku Sumiko Sensei, titled Tsukima Ikusa. This page features the weekly magazine, The PlayStation 2,
highlighting its focus on strategy guides for new releases. This issue, Volume 283 from April 12, 2002, for 420 yen, promises to cover the spring rush of new titles and solve players' problems with enhanced strategy content. The magazine boasts dedicated coverage, including a special feature celebrating Super Robot Wars Impact, with a deep dive into the series' history and fan discussions. It also provides thorough guides continuing from the previous issue for games like Tekken 4, alongside coverage for titles such as Wild Arms 3 and Xenosaga. Furthermore, the issue features the latest information and guides for major RPGs, like Dragon Quest Monsters 1+2 and Final Fantasy X2, promising extensive coverage of these highly anticipated games. Other titles like Onimusha 2 and Pro Baseball are also mentioned as being covered. There's a brief announcement about SoftBank exhibiting at the Game Jam 2 event, offering limited edition goods and benefits for visitors and purchasers. Additionally, the page includes a short listing of strategy guides published by SoftBank for various games across different consoles like PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, and Xbox, available now or coming soon. This page features a weekly horoscope covering the period from March 29th to April 11th. It provides readings for all 12 zodiac signs, offering insights for both male and female readers. Each sign section includes a brief personality or luck description, a lucky color, a lucky item, and ratings across categories like money, health, love, work/study, and play/fun. A notable highlight is the mention of Xianghua from the Soul Calibur fighting game series, celebrated for her April 2nd birthday. The page also details compatible and incompatible zodiac signs, adding another layer to the astrological guidance. The overall tone is lighthearted, a typical feature found in gaming magazines of the era. This page is packed with reader giveaways, featuring a variety of cool prizes for lucky fans. The main focus is the Reader's Present section, offering multiple items. First up are various game software titles compatible with different platforms, including Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance, allowing winners to pick a game of their choice from titles released up to April 12, 2002. Next, there's a unique Soul Calibur 2 themed item, perfect for staying fresh during intense gaming sessions. Also featured are a distinctive mug cup with a charming illustration and original t-shirts designed by notable artists Mr. Sasashima Kenji and Mr. Ueyaku Kusumi, offering two different styles.
Finally, there's a January Best Prize bundle, including a calendar featuring the January cover art and a collectible telephone card highlighting Akira Yuki from the fighting masterpiece Virtua Fighter 4. Application details are provided for readers to enter. The page also includes a list of the magazine's staff and winners from a previous contest issue. Looking ahead, the next issue forecast teases exciting content for the April 26th issue, which is set to be released on April 12th. Highlights include shocking results from the third Dorimaga Grand Prix, impressions of new titles, a deep dive into the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 4, and the usual coverage of the latest new game releases and PC information. This page features a vibrant illustration dominated by anime-style characters set against a dark, cavernous background with a monstrous figure lurking. It's an advert for the PlayStation 2 title, Next Generation of Chaos, Lost Bonds, a strategy RPG hybrid set in the sprawling Neverland universe. Released on April 25, 2002, the game blends tactical simulation with traditional RPG elements, focusing on strengthening characters and engaging in large-scale battles. The page highlights a reservation campaign offering exclusive metallic bookmarks and illustrations, as well as a limited edition that includes an original anime DVD. It also briefly introduces key characters like Errol, Logi, and Rifia, hinting at a poignant story involving their intertwined destinies. Small screenshots give a glimpse of the game's map and battle interface, confirming its strategic roots within the Neverland saga. This entry continues Idea Factory's deep dive into this rich fantasy world, this time bringing its strategic gameplay to the PS2. This page is an advertisement for Tekken 4 on the PlayStation 2. It features a powerful image of a large, dark, stylized fist dominating the frame, symbolizing the intense fighting action the series is known for. A prominent 4 next to the fist clearly indicates the game title. The ad announces that Tekken 4 is now on sale for 6,800 yen plus tax. This is a direct and impactful promotion focusing on the latest entry in the popular fighting game franchise, highlighting its availability for the PS2 platform.